Chapter 464. When the dark brown flame entered Hua Xiaogui's forehead, an explosive energy instantly burst out. Streams of fire attribute energy washed through his meridians and finally rushed to his dantian. Hua Xiaogui didn't dare to hesitate and immediately used the displacement force cultivation method that Ling Xiao had passed on to him to absorb the explosive energy. Hua Xiaogui wouldn't be able to absorb this energy in a short period of time. Ling Xiao didn't want to go back to the courtyard to see the elders of the Purple Sky sect, so he immediately withdrew the blue demon flame and closed his eyes to meditate. Not long after, Hua Xiaogui's aura fluctuated continuously. First, he reached the peak of the low-rank Spirit Master, and then a moment later, he broke through the barrier and reached the middle-rank Spirit Master realm. His aura didn't stop and continued to rise explosively. After a while, he actually broke through to the high-rank Spirit Master. After absorbing an Earth-rank Fire rank, the energy that came back was very powerful. It wasn't surprising that he advanced 2 ranks in a row. However, Hua Xiaogui's aura was still rising bravely, and not long after, he reached the peak of the high-rank Spirit Master. Ling Zhao's eyes jumped a few times, and his expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Stop! You can't break through anymore." Hua Xiaogui, who was in the middle of breaking through, couldn't hear Ling Zhao's words. His aura was still rising. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart, "Damn bastard." Then, he rushed in front of Hua Xiaogui, and a powerful ice-cold aura gathered in his palm. He slapped his palm towards Hua Xiaogui's forehead. When Ling Zhao's powerful ice-cold aura entered Hua Xiaogui's forehead, Hua Xiaogui's explosive energy was temporarily suppressed. "Wake up!" Ling Xiao shouted. Hua Xiaogui shivered. He realized that he had been impulsive just now and immediately formed different hand seals to suppress the energy in his body. In the end, the aura still stopped at the high-rank Spirit Master strength and didn't break through anymore. Only then did Ling Xiao withdraw his palm and shout at Hua Xiaogui, "You're courting death. You actually dare to break through to the king stage." Hua Xiaogui knew she was in the wrong, so she scratched her head and said, I thought I could give it a try." The energy that was reflected back by the dark brown flame was very powerful, and Hua Xiaogui was lost in the thrill of leveling up. When he became a high-rank soul master, he discovered that there was still energy being transmitted to him, so he couldn't help but try to break through to the king rank. However, he hadn't realized that this energy was utterly insufficient to allow him to charge into the king rank. Moreover, he didn't know the slightest technique to support spirit energy, so charging into the king rank rashly like this would only cause him to suffer backlash. If it was light, his meridians would be damaged and his strength would regress. If it was heavy, he would immediately go berserk and finally die on the spot. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was there to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was going on. This was also why Ling Xiao was so angry. It wasn't that he didn't want Hua Xiaogui to reach the king level, but now was not the time. He didn't want to give the dark brown flame to Hua Xiaogui and instead harm his life. Looking at Hua Xiaogui's innocent look, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to be angry anymore. He changed the topic and said, "What I should give you is more or less enough. Now, refine a grade 3 spirit increasing pill for me to see. If you still can't refine it successfully, then don't say that you're my brother in the future." Ling Xiao had already communicated with Hua Xiaogui before, and had also given him the spirit artifact cauldron and the earth stage fire stage. With the help of these 2 items, he believed that it shouldn't be a problem for Hua Xiaogui to refine a grade 3 pill. Ling Zhao's words were just to provoke Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui nodded his head and confidently controlled the dark brown flame in his hand a few times. Then, he placed the cauldron properly and threw the spirit herbs into the cauldron to be refined. Ling Xiao had been paying attention to Hua Xiaogui's movements the whole time. Seeing that each of his irregular steps was quite steady and solid, his eyes revealed a satisfied look. Although Hua Xiaogui's tenbin couldn't compare to his, it was much stronger than many alchemists. To be able to break through to the grade 3 realm at his age was definitely a genius. It all depended on whether or not he could succeed this time. Ling Xiao watched from the side and didn't say anything. Time passed bit by bit. After some refinement, Hua Xiaogui finally finished the previous process. At the last and most crucial moment of condensing the pill, Hua Xiaogui's expression became slightly nervous. As the energy of the beast core was melted, the spirit herb's medicinal transformation also began to mix with the beast core's energy. Hua Xiaogui didn't dare to be slow. With a loud shout, his palms began to squeeze and knead the essence of the cauldron together. Pung! The pure medicinal power condensed with the beast core's energy, and the powerful energy produced a muffled explosion sound. If Hua Xiaogui still had the strength of a low-level spirit master, he might have been sent flying to the side by this powerful force. But he was now a genuine high-level spirit master and wasn't affected much. With the medicine cauldron as the center, a medicinal smell spread out. A round pill emitted a faint halo of light in the medicine cauldron, looking quite alluring. Hua Xiaogui looked excitedly at the pill and couldn't help but shout, I did it, boss, I did it. At the same time that Hua Xiaogui was happy, he was about to throw himself at Ling Xiao again. This time, Ling Xiao was determined not to hug Hua Xiaogui again. He raised his foot and gave the leaping Hua Xiaogui a kick, sending him flying to the side. You damn glass, if you dare come half a step closer, brother will have you die. Ling Xiao said angrily. Hua Xiaogui crawled up, a silly smile on his face, but his heart was filled with boundless gratitude towards Ling Xiao. In just a short half a day, he had obtained something that others would find difficult to obtain in a lifetime. He had also used this to break through to high-level spirit master and become a grade 3 alchemist. He was only 20 years old this year. Thinking about this age, this strength, and this grade of alchemist, if it was made public, who knew how many people would be shocked to death and how many people would be envious and jealous? However, all of this was given to him by his boss. Without his boss, it could be said that Hua Xiaogui wouldn't have his current achievements. His feelings towards Ling Xiao were hard to express with words. He could only silently remember it in his heart. Ling Xiao took out the pill from the medicine cauldron. Hua Xiaogui said proudly to the side, Boss, the pill I concoct isn't bad, right? It's only the first time concocting a pill, and it's already so perfect. Before long, I think that the pills refined by ordinary grade 3 alchemists won't be able to compare to mine. The spirit-increasing pill in front of him had reached 60% color and 70% smoothness. It was a pretty good grade 3 pill. It was no wonder that Hua Xiaogui was so proud. However, after hearing Hua Xiaogui's words, Ling Xiao's expression turned ugly. I really don't know how old man Nangong taught you. Thinking back to the first time I condensed a grade 3 pill, I had 2 pills in one furnace. Moreover, I became famous many times better than you. If you used a normal fire and a normal master apothecary, it would make sense. But now you're using a spirit weapon apothecary, and you also have an earth rank flame. You still have the nerve to be happy after refining this kind of trash pill? What should I say to you? Ling Xiao mercilessly attacked him, causing Hua Xiaogui's happy mood to drop. However, Ling Xiao knew when to stop. He softened his tone and said, Go back and refine more. If there's a chance, I'll take you outside to have a look. There are many high-grade alchemists, so we need to look further. With your tenbin, a grade 4 or 5 alchemist is nothing. Hua Xiaogui understood Ling Xiao's painstaking efforts and nodded firmly. I definitely won't let boss lose face. Whether or not you lose face is none of my business. Now, you better tell Xiaoxue about this news. Otherwise, if she runs away with someone else, you'll only be able to cry, Ling Xiao joked. Yes, I'll tell her when I get back. I'm confident that she'll choose to follow me, Hua Xiaogui said confidently. With his current strength, he didn't believe that Wu Xixue could still reject him. What should be done is more or less done. Let's go back. I think those old fellows have also gone back, Ling Xiao said. With a palm strike, he dispersed the restriction he had set up and walked down the hill. Hua Xiaogui hesitated for a moment and asked, Boss, you really want to leave the sect? Yes, this place is no longer suitable for me. In any case, I'll have to leave sooner or later. Leaving now might not be a bad idea, Ling Xiao replied softly. He had always yearned for the martial arts holy land of the central region. Sooner or later, he would leave the northwest and wander around the central region. Now that this had happened, he felt even more at ease when he left. However, there were still some things in his heart that he couldn't let go of that made his heart ache. Hua Xiaogui asked from the side, "Boss, what plans do you have for the future?" "First, I'll look around. When I become stronger in the future, I'll also create a place that belongs to me and settle down," Ling Xiao replied. "Then can I follow, boss?" Hua Xiaogui asked with some anticipation. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, "You might not be able to in a short period of time. Your strength is too weak, and your boss is someone who is often feared by others. Who knows if I'll be chased down by others one day. If you follow me, you'll only be a burden and useless." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But don't worry, once I've established my own power, I'll take you over." Hua Xiaogui still wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. After all, he knew that once his boss made a decision, it would be very difficult to change. The two returned to the courtyard, but the people from the Purple Sky sect still hadn't left. When the people from the Purple Sky sect saw Hua Xiaogui following behind Ling Xiao, their expressions all became shocked. How was it that in just a short half a day, she had jumped 2 levels from the strength of a low-level spirit master to the strength of a high-level spirit master? However, when they thought about how Ling Xiao was already a 5th-grade alchemist, it might not be difficult for him to accomplish this. They were all more and more in awe of Ling Xiao, and at the same time, they hoped that Ling Xiao would really be able to stay. As long as Ling Xiao stayed, the sect would definitely become even more powerful in the near future. "Why haven't you guys left yet?" Ling Xiao said to the elders of the Purple Sky sect in a somewhat impolite manner. They were a little embarrassed to speak, but Mu Huai walked over and said, "Xiao, there's something I need to tell you. At that time, you can consider whether or not you really want to leave the sect." Chapter 465. Looking at his master's expression, Ling Xiao had already guessed that his master had probably been persuaded by Yun Xiong. However, he had no choice but to listen to Mu Huai's words, so he could only follow him into the house. After entering the house, Mu Huai went straight to the point. "Xiao, I know you definitely don't want to return to the sect now, but there's something I must tell you, otherwise I'm afraid you'll regret it for the rest of your life." "Master, speak." Ling Xiao saw Mu Huai listening seriously and honestly. "You may have misunderstood that child, Mingqi," Mu Huai said, and then told Ling Xiao what Yun Xiong had told him. Ling Xiao listened to Mu Huai's words and went silent for a moment. In his heart, he kept recalling the scene of that day. It seemed that Yun Mingqi was still very concerned about him, but at that time, he was so angry that he only thought that she was pretending. Could it be that I really misunderstood her? Strong doubts rose in Ling Xiao's heart, and his already dusty heart seemed to be thawing bit by bit. "No, I have to ask her myself." The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that Mu Huai's words should be right. He might have really misunderstood Yun Mingqi. He shouted and rushed out of the house with an excited expression. Then, he sped in the direction of the Purple Sky sect with all his might. His speed was like a gust of wind, so fast that it was hard to catch. "Senior brother Mu, Ling Xiao, did he agree to stay?" Yun Xiong asked nervously. Ling Xiao's departure was related to the safety of the Purple Sky sect, so it would be strange if he wasn't nervous. Mu Huai replied, "If what you said is the truth, I think he should stay." "That's good. That's good, then. Let's go back now," Yun Xiong replied. "That's right, senior brother Mu, our sect definitely can't do without you. In the future, our peaks will unite and raise the prestige of our sect," Wen Haiyan echoed. Mu Huai glanced at Mu En, and the two of them nodded slightly. Then, they followed the elders of the Purple Sky sect and flew back to the sect. They couldn't let go of the disciples in the wooden flag peak, and they couldn't let go of the 100 years of friendship. Above the Purple Heaven sect, a figure rushed into the main peak. The deacons above the Purple Heaven sect didn't notice that someone had broken in. In a quiet and secluded courtyard, a pure girl with a round face was sitting on the edge of a soft couch in the room. In front of the bed she was sitting on, there was an elegant and refined woman who was incomparably beautiful. This woman's aura was weak, and her face was pale. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she had suffered some serious injury. Her situation was very bad. Big Sister Mingqi, you. Why did you have to do this? If you hadn't made that choice back then, the two of you would have been in love with each other, the woman on the bed sighed, then said, he is such an amazing man, much more handsome than that surnamed Luo, and who knows how many times stronger he is. I really don't understand why you agreed to the marriage. If it was me, I wouldn't agree even if I died. The woman stared at the woman on the bed and said, but it can't all be blamed on you. The people of the Heavy Sword sect have gone too far. I heard from my mother that if you didn't marry, our sect would have suffered. All of this is because of the people of the Heavy Sword sect. If it wasn't for them, senior sister Luo wouldn't have died. However, just as she was cursing up to this point, a figure barged in. Who is it? The woman felt an oppressive aura and immediately turned around and shouted nervously. When the woman saw who it was, her body began to tremble. She didn't dare to believe her eyes as she covered her wide-open mouth and muttered, how could it be you? Ling Xiao ignored Wen Qidi and directly walked to the side of the bed. Staring at the beauty lying on the bed, his heart began to beat wildly. At the same time, an uncomfortable feeling made him feel like he was suffocating. You go out, I'll take care of her. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said to Wen Qidi. Wen Qidi could feel the strangeness in Ling Xiao and also knew the affection between Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi. After hesitating for a moment, her beautiful eyes revealed a faint sadness as she walked out of the room. Ling Xiao sat next to Yun Mingqi and gently caressed her pale face. His heart was tightly clenched. Mingqi, I'm here. Ling Xiao affectionately whispered into her ear. Yun Mingqi seemed to be able to hear Ling Xiao's call. She muttered, Xiao. Xiao, don't leave me. Can you believe me? She murmured softly as if she was talking in her sleep, and her expression revealed sadness and sorrow. Ling Xiao was sure that he had really misunderstood Yun Mingqi. Looking at the unconscious Yun Mingqi, Ling Xiao knew that she was currently in a state of self-isolation. It was a sad state of not wanting to face reality. As long as she woke up and untied the knot in her heart, he believed that she would quickly recover. Ling Xiao helped Yun Mingqi up and a bottle of 10,000-year stone milk appeared in his hand. He had stored over 30 bottles in the cave. He had used several bottles before, so there were still quite a few left. Ling Xiao poured the 10,000-year stone milk into Yun Mingqi's mouth and pure energy instantly flowed through her body. Ling Xiao placed his hand on her back and gently dissolved the cold energy in her body. Mingqi, quickly wake up, I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao constantly called out while guiding the energy in Yun Mingqi's body. Yun Mingqi seemed to really feel it and gradually relaxed, allowing the energy to cleanse her meridians. After a while, Yun Mingqi finally regained consciousness and began to adjust her body's spiritual energy. Ling Xiao let out a light breath and moved his hand away. He tenderly looked at her from the side, feeling a sense of guilt involuntarily welling up in his heart. He cursed himself, I really am a pig. How could Mingqi be a woman who only cares about benefits? Not to mention that she already has deep feelings for me, so there's no way she would like another man. She only belongs to me, and besides me, no one else has the qualifications to have her. Yun Mingqi's heart was unlocked, and with the pure energy of the 10,000-year stone milk cleansing her meridians, her aura continued to rise until she finally broke through to the Peak King realm. Ling Xiao, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. He had given the 10,000-year stone milk to quite a few people, and normally, it would only allow them to reach the peak of their realm. Yun Mingqi was the first to use it to break through. It had to be said that Yun Mingqi's talent was extraordinary, and at the same time, it had a lot to do with the inheritance she had obtained. When Yun Mingqi's aura broke through to the Peak King realm, it finally stopped. She slowly opened her eyes, and an enchanting light blossomed in them. Ling Zhao's tiger-like eyes directly met hers. Just like that, the two of them stared at each other with an indescribable tenderness in their eyes. After a long time, Ling Xiao slightly opened his arms. Sparkling tears slid down Yunmingqi's beautiful eyes, and she threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace. The two of them tightly hugged each other. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. No one wished for time to pass, and no one wished for this to be a dream. In their hearts, there was only the word eternal. They hugged for a long time, so long that their arms were completely sore. Only then did they reluctantly separate. But Yunmingqi seemed to feel that this wasn't enough. She hugged Ling Xiao's face and fiercely kissed him. When Ling Xiao felt those soft lips and that faint fragrance, he felt as if he had fallen into an immortal realm. He felt that everything was so beautiful and blissful. Ling Xiao was just about to take advantage of the situation to counterattack when he felt a sharp pain in his mouth. Hiss! Ling Xiao pushed Yunmingqi away and sucked in a breath of cold air. A thick layer of blood flowed down from his lips. Mingqi, what are you doing? Ling Xiao was a bit angry. He hadn't even had the chance to properly experience that wonderful taste when he had been bitten. Although it wasn't much, his mood was still ruined. You bastard, why did you still appear? Didn't you leave? Didn't you not want me anymore? I'll bite you to death, you bastard. Tears flowed down Yunmingqi's beautiful eyes as she continuously cursed. Then she grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and viciously bit down, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances in her heart. Ling Xiao didn't dare circulate his qi when Yunmingqi bit him. Her teeth deeply sank into his flesh, causing a wave of pain to spread throughout his body. Luckily, Ling Xiao's endurance was astonishing. He only lightly furrowed his brows a few times, but didn't let out the slightest cry of pain. After a while, Yunmingqi finally let go of his arm. The blood that flowed from her lips was so thick and beautiful. Ling Xiao didn't care about his bleeding hand and tenderly said to her, "Have you bitten enough? If not, then take a few more bites. In any case, my skin is thick, so I'm not afraid." Yunmingqi dazedly stared at the faintly smiling Ling Xiao. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and began to cry loudly. Ling Xiao's eyes were a bit moist, but he forced himself not to cry. He lightly hugged Yunmingqi and indifferently said, "Mingqi, I'm sorry, I wrongly blamed you." Yunmingqi sobbed as much as she wanted in Ling Xiao's embrace. Her tears soaked Ling Xiao's clothes. At this moment, Ling Xiao really felt very satisfied and comfortable. The pain in his arm was almost negligible. She still belonged to him. Yunmingqi struggled out of Ling Xiao's embrace and nervously grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. Her heart ached as she said, "You're bleeding so much, why aren't you circulating your qi to resist?" "Huh, it's fine. I have a lot of human blood, so I'll be healthier if I put some in." Ling Xiao foolishly laughed. Looking at Ling Xiao's handsome face and that warm smile, all of Yunmingqi's grievances were swept away. A bright and beautiful smile appeared on her face. Ling Xiao gently wiped away the tears on Yunmingqi's face and faintly said, "Mingqi, marry me." Yunmingqi's face heated up when she heard this. She slightly lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Who wants to marry a heartless man like you? Even if you don't want to, you still have to marry me. If any man dares to have any thoughts about you, I'll kill him," Ling Xiao fiercely said. Hearing Ling Xiao's tyrannical words, Yunmingqi only felt a wave of sweetness wash over her body. Yunmingqi raised her head and lightly wrinkled her nose. "Humph, you're really tyrannical. Do you still remember the agreement we made back then?" Ling Xiao nodded. "Of course I remember." "Then that's enough. Right now your strength is one level lower than mine, so you still have to continue working hard." Yunmingqi revealed an incomparably charming smile. Her appearance was like that of a fairy descending to the mortal world, so beautiful that Ling Xiao was stunned. Chapter 466. In the desolate mountain range, Ling Xiao and Yunmingqi had gone through several life and death situations. After Yunmingqi had obtained the inheritance, she had decisively left Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao had only been a young master from a small, remote city. Moreover, his strength had only been at the mystic realm. In terms of background, it was impossible for them to be together. So before they parted, in order to give Ling Xiao hope, she had said that as long as Ling Xiao's strength surpassed hers, she would be together with him. This was also the goal and motivation that Ling Xiao had been fighting for all these years. Originally, his strength had already reached the peak of the mid-stage king realm. Before this, he had already surpassed Yun Mingqi. But just now, in order to help Yun Mingqi recover, Ling Xiao had given her the 10,000-year stone milk, which had allowed her to break through to the high-stage king realm. In terms of strength alone, Yun Mingqi was indeed above Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at that breathtakingly beautiful smile and his face drooped. Although your strength surpasses mine, it doesn't mean you can defeat me. So I've already surpassed you. Humph, you say I can't defeat you? Why don't we have a competition and see who's stronger? Although Yun Mingqi had seen Ling Xiao's terrifying killing methods, she had always been called a heaven's daughter. She was still very arrogant. After being provoked by Ling Xiao, she wanted to have a fight with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to accept it. That's not good. If I accidentally hurt you, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. You can injure me? Impossible, I'm a stage higher than you, you're not my opponent. Come, let's go outside and fight. If you can really defeat me, I'll agree to your request. Yun Mingqi also had a competitive personality. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, her desire to fight was ignited. That's right, that's right. She shouted and took the lead to rush out of the room. She didn't look weak at all. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and followed her out. Elder sister Mingqi, are you all right? When Kitty, who was sitting in the courtyard, cried out in surprise when she saw Yun Mingqi come out. Emichim, I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern, Yun Mingqi replied. It's good that you're fine. Wen Kudai replied, but her eyes were looking at Ling Xiao, who had just come out, and her beautiful eyes revealed a complicated expression. Beauties love heroes, this has been the rule since ancient times. Which woman wouldn't like a young and promising hero like Ling Xiao? Wen Kudai had long been interested in Ling Xiao. She had always wanted to tie down Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any feelings for her, and this caused her heart to suffer a blow. During the time that Ling Xiao was trapped in the mystic realm, she had tried to forget about Ling Xiao, but she couldn't seem to get rid of his shadow. Now that Ling Xiao had reappeared, and she saw how passionate he was towards Yun Mingqi, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. She knew that it was impossible for her to capture this man in this lifetime. Hurry up and come over. If you beat me, I'll be yours for the rest of my life. Yun Mingqi shouted at Ling Xiao. Her lithe body leapt into the air, a blue longsword appearing in her hand. Come over here. A burst of blue light instantly appeared around Yun Mingqi, making her look like a pure and flawless fairy, giving people a feeling that she was ethereal and ethereal. Ling Xiao lightly laughed, and with a tap of his foot, his figure gracefully soared into the air. Mingqi, do you really want to fight? Ling Xiao asked to confirm. Less nonsense, watch my move. Yun Mingqi responded, and the sword in her hand rippled with layers of waves, rushing towards Ling Xiao. This was the blue stare technique, gentle tide wave art. Although Yun Mingqi wanted to exchange pointers with Ling Xiao, she didn't dare use her full strength at the start, afraid that she would injure Ling Xiao. Although this move might seem extraordinary in the eyes of others, in front of Ling Xiao, it wasn't enough. You little bitch, if I don't show my power, I really can't control you. Ling Xiao also steeled his heart and decided to properly teach Yun Mingqi a lesson. He wanted to completely subdue this woman, and let her know that her man's strength wasn't something to be trifled with. The surging waves fiercely smashed into Ling Xiao's body. Yun Mingqi really thought that Ling Xiao had been hit by her attack, and her heart trembled. He couldn't have been hit so easily, right? However, what she had hit was only an afterimage of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's real body had already appeared behind her. By the time she had sensed it, Ling Xiao had already fiercely slapped Yun Mingqi's perky butt. Pow! You dare shout fiercely in front of your man? Today your husband will properly teach you a lesson, Ling Xiao fiercely said. The astonishing elasticity he felt in his hand made him feel incomparably refreshed. Yun Mingqi's face was even redder. She hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would actually take advantage of her. Furthermore, when Kitty was still watching from below. This caused her to be incomparably angry and embarrassed. You're dead for sure. Yun Mingqi didn't mean what she said. She swung her sword back, and a wave soared into the sky, as if the Milky Way was pouring down from the 9 heavens. She had used her full strength in this attack. In order to display his domineering might, Ling Xiao summoned a powerful golden dragon image. The golden dragon's roar shook all 4 directions. Under the impact of the golden dragon's phantom, the powerful wave of water that came crashing over immediately dissipated. Ling Xiao used his finger as a sword, repeatedly stabbing out with his finger. Yun Mingqi had seen how strong Ling Xiao's physical body was, so she was no longer afraid of injuring him. She used her full strength to exchange blows with him. Clang clang clang. The sword finger and the Xian weapon collided, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The two of them collided, and a small crack appeared on Yun Mingqi's Xian weapon. Seeing this, Yun Mingqi's heart ached. Do you still want to fight? If I use my full strength, your Xian weapon will be destroyed. Ling Xiao said in an extremely pleased manner. Don't be so pleased. Today, I will definitely defeat you. Yun Mingqi shouted, and a powerful elemental energy condensed around her. With her as the center, layer upon layer of terrifying waves rippled out. 1,000-layered waves. Yun Mingqi shouted, and 10 waves of water came crashing down from the horizon. It was like a terrifying tsunami, causing people to feel incomparably terrified. Ling Xiao revealed a look of admiration. His entire body's energy was raised to its peak, and he dove into the tsunami. He was like an eagle soaring through the sky, not fearing any danger. The blue waves drowned Ling Xiao. However, just as the waves were unceasingly rippling, a golden fist image rushed out from the waves. It was as if a golden sun was shining down on the world, completely destroying the waves. Yun Mingqi lightly stamped her foot, and once again attacked with a powerful attack. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not let her succeed. In an instant, he appeared behind her, and his large palm once again fiercely slapped down on her perky butt. Pa! Do you yield or not? This time, Ling Xiao did not let her leave so easily. With one hand, he grabbed her small waist, and his large palm continuously slapped down. Yun Mingqi only felt a wave of shame crawl up her heart, and she really wanted to find a hole to bury herself in. At the same time, her entire body felt numb, as if that hand was carrying an electric current, causing her entire body to feel weak. She could not help but let out a soft moan. Ling Xiao was completely unaware of Yun Mingqi's strange state, and only stopped after slapping her for a while. Afterwards, he turned Yun Mingqi around and faintly said, "From today onwards, you are Ling Xiao's woman." After saying that, he kissed Yun Mingqi's jade lips. When Kitty, who was below, was stunned when she saw this scene. Her beautiful eyes cast an envious gaze at the two people in the sky. The deacons and disciples around the main peak also watched in surprise, and their hearts were filled with endless worship for Ling Xiao. They sighed inwardly, he is truly a role model for our generation. Even the eldest miss has been completely punished. The elders who had just rushed back from the Purple Sky sect saw Ling Xiao, taking care of Yun Mingqi from afar. Yun Xiong only felt his expression change a few times, and he cursed in his heart, "Good brat, you actually dare to bully my daughter in public. If you dare to treat her badly in the future, I will be the first to not let you off." In the end, Mu Huai coughed lightly and said, "Let's disperse, so as not to affect the young people." After saying that, he and Muan took the lead and flew back in the direction of the wooden flag peak. The other elders also flew off in different directions. Yun Mingqi was forcefully kissed by Ling Xiao for a while. In the end, she felt the gazes of many people and used all her strength to push Ling Xiao away. She scolded softly, "You're so bad, how am I supposed to go out and meet people in the future?" After saying that, she flew down the courtyard, slipped into the room, and fiercely closed the door. Her back was facing the door, and the blush on her face extended to her ears. So many people saw it, it's really embarrassing. No matter what, Yun Mingqi was a woman in her early 20s. She had never been intimate with any man in such an occasion, so of course she was extremely shy. Ling Xiao landed in the courtyard and looked at Winkidi, who was still in a daze. He coughed lightly and said, "Junior sister one, elder one has already returned. You. Are you going back as well?" Right now was the time for him to be intimate with Yun Mingqi, and he did not want anyone else to be in this courtyard. However, Winkidi did not understand Ling Xiao's meaning. She waved her hand and said, "I'm not in a hurry. My mother told me to accompany Sister Mingqi more." Ling Xiao replied, "Mingqi is already fine. She doesn't need anyone to take care of her." "I think you," before he could finish, Winkidi continued, "It's good that she's fine. I can chat with her, or else I'll be bored to death." When Ling Xiao heard this, he almost fell to the ground. He cursed in his heart, "Is this girl pretending to be stupid, or is she really stupid? Don't force me to go crazy." Looking at Ling Xiao's depressed look, Winkidi revealed a complacent smile and said, "You're really boring. If you want to chase me away, just say it. Why beat around the bush?" After saying that, Winkidi turned around and left. When she walked to the entrance of the courtyard, she turned her head and revealed a sly smile. "When you do bad things, keep your voice down." Only then did she quickly leave the courtyard. That figure looked very beautiful, but for some reason, her heart seemed to be a little lonely. This girl is really a little witch. Ling Xiao secretly sighed and quickly rushed into the house. Dong dong. Ling Xiao lightly knocked on the door and shouted, "Mingqi, open the door." Yun Mingqi did not answer. Ling Xiao was a little angry and fiercely kicked the door. Yun Mingqi, who was behind the door, was shocked and shouted at Ling Xiao, "What are you doing? You broke the door." "What am I doing? Of course I want to." Ling Xiao looked up and down at Yun Mingqi's body that was as graceful as a snake and chuckled. Yun Mingqi felt Ling Xiao's aggressive gaze and her heart beat faster. Chapter 467. Looking at Yun Mingqi's tender and alluring appearance, Ling Xiao's Adam's apple couldn't help but roll a few times. Ling Xiao's fire instantly soared. He stepped forward and hugged her in his arms, his thick lips kissing Yun Mingqi's jade lips. His large palm was about to grab her, but it was held back by a delicate hand. "Don't." Yun Mingqi said coquettishly, her expression revealing an incomparably flirtatious look. Ling Xiao's body was even more aroused by this sound, and he hurriedly said, "Just a touch, okay?" Right now it was already dry wood and raging fire, the gun was already loaded, it would be strange if Ling Xiao could endure it. Yun Mingqi's inner desire was also aroused by Ling Xiao, and at the same time she thought about how Ling Xiao had almost left her before. In her heart, she thought, since I only love him in this life, there's no harm in giving it to him now. Yun Mingqi moved her hand away from Ling Xiao's, and Ling Xiao's palm just happened to imprint on the little pigeon. Bouncy, soft and comfortable feeling instantly filled Ling Xiao's heart. Ling Xiao's blood vessels surged, and he could no longer endure the most primal and urgent desire. He roughly tore off her clothes, revealing her exquisite jade-like skin, and bursts of virgin fragrance assailed his nostrils. Yun Mingqi couldn't help but let out a moan. This was simply the most deadly sound of soul summoning. How could Ling Xiao still endure it? He threw Yun Mingqi towards the soft couch in the room, and in an instant, he tore off the clothes on his body, and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Very quickly, in the room, the courtyard rippled with waves of happy and pleasant sounds. The sun set, the moon rose, the moon set, and the sun rose. It was another bright and beautiful morning. Yun Mingqi happily leaned on Ling Xiao's chest, there was no trace of her previous indifferent appearance. Every part of her body and mind was now subdued by the man in front of her. That wild aura, that overbearing and rough movements, it was something she would never be able to forget in this lifetime. She had already fallen hopelessly in love with this man. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the stunner who was caressing his chest. Her fair skin was rosy, smooth and delicate, her body as soft as a snake, and her face as charming as a flower. There was no part of her that wouldn't ignite fire in him. Ling Xiao's lower body became firm and ferocious, and Yun Mengqi who was lying on top of his body felt a little uncomfortable. She raised her head and stared at Ling Xiao, and said with a blush, "It's so early in the morning, and you?" Ling Xiao laughed dryly, his hands roaming all over her smooth, jade-like body. "I've finally got you. I have no more regrets in this life." Yun Mengqi said, You like me just to get my?" "Of course not, I love every part of you to death. For you, even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of fire, I can go through it," Ling Xiao said softly against her chest. "Don't move, you're tickling me." Yun Mengqi's heart was filled with sweetness, and she shyly pulled away from Ling Xiao's hand. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Mengqi who was trying to resist, and the evil fire in his heart soared. How could he bear it any longer? He flipped over and pressed down. Yun Mengqi turned her red face to the side, and didn't forget to cry out, "It hurts, be gentler." Another round of tumbling clouds and rain filled the sky and the earth. At noon, the sun was already high up in the sky. The flowers and plants in the courtyard sparkled under the sunlight. Within the room, Ling Xiao and Yun Mengqi had already walked out hand in hand. One was flushed with success, and the other was still as beautiful as before. "You said you have something for me again? Quick, let me see." Yun Mengqi turned to Ling Xiao, who was laughing happily. Ling Xiao pulled Yun Mengqi to sit on a stone bench that was shaded by a tree. "Take a look at this." A pagoda appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. This pagoda was like glass, and divine light shot out in all directions, illuminating the courtyard. This is? Yun Mengqi's mouth was wide open. She didn't know why, but when she saw this pagoda, her heart began to beat faster, and a strong desire involuntarily rose in her heart. She could feel that this pagoda wasn't ordinary, and she could feel that it had the same attribute as her. "This is a water attribute saint item. Quickly drip your blood on it and let it recognize you as its master." Ling Xiao handed the pagoda over to Yun Mengqi. "Saint weapon." Yun Mengqi cried out in shock. Her eyes were filled with shock. "It's the real deal." Ling Xiao replied very seriously. Yun Mengqi reached out and took the pagoda. A faint aura of the swan and I pervaded the surroundings, and streaks of elemental energy entered her palm. It was as if it was bestowing her with limitless power, making her feel that she was in control of this world. "Xiao, where did you get this? Did you get it from a mystic realm?" Yun Mengqi guessed. "No, let it recognize you as its master first. I will tell you later." Ling Xiao shook his head and replied. Yun Mengqi didn't argue anymore. She was already Ling Xiao's woman, and her things were also his things. After dripping the pagoda's essence blood, Yun Mengqi established a connection with the pagoda and found out that it was called the Glazed Pagoda. It was a defensive high-grade saint item. As long as she had it, even the mystic the arch wouldn't be able to kill her in a short period of time. Yun Mengqi happily kept the pagoda and even happily kissed Ling Xiao's forehead as a reward. Ling Xiao then told Yun Mengqi about everything that had happened to him over the past few years. His deep and magnetic voice would always enchant people. His graceful past made people surprised and happy again and again. Every time there was a twist, it made people feel as if there was more to it. Yun Mengqi couldn't help but be mesmerized. She didn't think that this man had reached his current strength by risking his life. Although he had attracted many women, they were all the ones who took the initiative to seduce him. How could a hot-blooded man like him endure it? After listening to Ling Xiao's complaints, Yun Mengqi didn't feel disgusted or angry at him because of his fickleness. Instead, she felt even more affection for him. He had suffered so much just to follow in her footsteps. What right did she have to stop other women from being with him? She was very satisfied that he insisted on putting her in the first place. This was because he was much more outstanding than any other man. This kind of man was destined to have an extraordinary life. It was destined that he couldn't be tied down by just one woman. Xiao, do you blame me for leaving you back then and making you suffer so much? Yin Mengqi sat on Ling Zhao's lap and tenderly caressed Ling Zhao's determined face. Ling Xiao grabbed her delicate hand and said, "This little bit of suffering is nothing. Now that I have you, everything is worth it." Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Yin Mengqi's delicate face rippled with a happy smile. However, her face changed extremely quickly. With a stern face, she angrily said, "From now on, you're not allowed to add any more sisters to me, understand? Otherwise, you'll be in for a good time." Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and smiled. "No, I definitely won't. A man like me, who's so devoted and infatuated, usually won't flirt with other women." He then muttered in his heart, "If those beautiful wildflowers are willing to touch me, then that's not what I want, hee hee." Oh right, Bing. Junior sister Bing was angered away by me. What should I do? Yin Mengqi thought of Bing Ruoshui, who was angered away by her, and her mood became sad again. She had long since treated Bing Ruoshui as her best sister. Previously, she didn't want Bing Ruoshui to know her difficulties, so she had no choice but to anger her away. What's going on? Ling Xiao didn't understand the whole story and asked. Yin Mengqi briefly explained it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao lightly frowned and said, "She might just be too angry. She should come back after a while." He couldn't help but think of the hot and cold beauties. He thought to himself, "I wonder if that fierce girl is at Scarlet Flame Peak right now." Thinking back to Yu Lian and Bing Ruoshui, the two beauties who couldn't get along with each other, his heart was filled with joy. He couldn't help but reveal a wretched smile. Seeing this, Yun Mengqi ruthlessly pinched Ling Zhao's thigh and said, "Your smile is so disgusting. Are you thinking of something again?" "What disgusting?" "Husband, this is a pure smile, okay?" Ling Xiao said righteously. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Senior sister Bing might have gone back to her hometown." "It's possible. She told me long ago that she wanted to take some time to go back to her family." Yin Mengqi nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll go find her later." "I still have some things to do anyway," Ling Xiao said. "Oh right, can I go with you to Gucci City to see that little sister Yun?" Yin Mengqi asked with a hint of jealousy. Although she could tolerate Ling Zhao's fickleness, it didn't mean she didn't care at all. She had heard that Ling Xiao had traveled thousands of miles to the southern region to find the Heaven Gu divine art for the priestess. She could imagine that the priestess's charm was definitely not inferior to hers. In her heart, she had already classified the priestess as her number one enemy. What made her feel even more uncomfortable was that Ling Xiao had already married her. His position as the main wife seemed to have been taken by her, so she had to rely on her own strength to fight for the position that belonged to her. However, she also knew that the priestess didn't have long to live. The prejudice in her heart turned into pity. This caused her to feel very conflicted. This might not be good. The Gu clan has a rule that forbids their son-in-law from being together with other women. If you want to see her, I'll bring her back. Ling Xiao replied after a moment of hesitation. Although Yin Mengqi's strength was already outstanding among her peers, the priestess was definitely not inferior to her. If the two of them met and fought, he wouldn't know what to do. It was better to avoid them as much as possible. In any case, the priestess didn't have much time left. He had to accompany her through her last days. Just as the two of them were happily chatting in the courtyard, the people from the Heavy Sword sect finally arrived at the Purple Sky sect. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 468. Ling Xiao and Yun Mengqi reconciled, and the two of them enjoyed the rare peaceful time of love in the courtyard. The people of the Purple Heaven sect seemed to be very tactful, and no one came to disturb the two. Ling Xiao felt like he had fallen into a grave of tender love. After his hard work, Yunmingqi was no longer an inexperienced girl, but a vivid and beautiful young woman, giving people a kind of youthful beauty and a bit of mature charm, which made Ling Xiao even more infatuated with her. Of course, Ling Xiao would not stay here for the rest of his life. He still had to go to Guzhai City. But before he went, he had to solve the biggest hidden danger for the Purple Heaven sect. Although he was staying in the Purple Heaven sect, it did not mean that he would definitely come down to be an elder. The elders of the Purple Heaven sect were not reliable, so there was no need for Ling Xiao to continue to get involved. He only cared about the safety of Yunmingqi, his master, and a few others. After killing all the people of the Heavy Sword sect, he would decisively leave the Purple Heaven sect. During this period, Ling Xiao had gone to Scarlet Flame Peak to look for Yu Laiyan, but unfortunately, he was told that she had already left the sect. This made Ling Xiao feel extremely puzzled. Do they all think I'm dead? Forget it, if they can find their own happiness, it might not be a bad thing. Not finding Yu Laiyan's whereabouts, Bing Ruoshui had also left long ago, and Ling Xiao was a little less worried, but a little more yearning. Ling Xiao leisurely walked to the Jade Spring Pavilion. Wen Haiyan personally came out to greet him. She had long been optimistic about this young man, and had always encouraged her daughter to find a way to take him down. Unfortunately, her daughter's methods were still a little lacking, and until now, she had not been able to occupy a little place in Ling Xiao's heart. In fact, it wasn't that Wen Haiyan wasn't beautiful enough, but she was too young. She wasn't the type that Ling Xiao liked, and she didn't make Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. Therefore, she was destined to be a beautiful and lovely passerby in Ling Xiao's life. Elder Ling, what brings you here? Your presence brings light to our humble Jade Spring Pavilion. Wen Haiyan's charming face blossomed with an enchanting radiance. Although her daughter was unable to take him down, it did not hinder her admiration for Ling Xiao. Such an outstanding young man would one day become famous in the Northwest. Elder Wen, you can just call me Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao politely replied. He respected Wen Haiyan very much. Wen Haiyan laughed and said, Haha, young people are not arrogant or rash, no wonder you have such high achievements now, unlike my naughty daughter, who only knows how to play all day. When you have time, help me teach her well. At the side, Wen Qidi revealed a bashful expression and said, Mother, how can you say that about your daughter? She has already worked very hard. Looking at the pure and lovely Wen Qidi to the side, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Junior sister Wen isn't even 20 yet, but she's already a mid-stage soul master. Many people can't even catch up to her. Elder Wen's requirements are too high. If it wasn't for your spirit-breaking pill, she would only be a low-stage spirit master. Wen Haiyan still criticized her daughter in front of Ling Xiao. Wen Qidi also had a resigned look, and it seemed that she didn't want to refute. She looked at Ling Xiao with a burning gaze, really hoping that Ling Xiao could teach her. Ling Xiao understood Wen Qidi's intentions, but unfortunately, he didn't want to entangle himself with such a fruitless relationship. He secretly decided in his heart, what kind of person is this young master? I will definitely not be tempted by beauty. If others were to hear what he was thinking, it was likely that a large number of people would be knocked down on the spot. This guy was a complete pervert, and he still dared to say that he wasn't tempted by beauty. He really was a bastard who wouldn't blush. Elder Wen, junior sister, this time I came to see Mei Ying. Ling Xiao took a light breath, and the smile on his face was replaced by a gloomy expression. The sword that Luo Meiying blocked for him would forever be a thorn in his heart. For every day that she didn't come back to life, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. In fact, there was no need for Ling Xiao to say anything. Wen Haiyan and Wen Qidi both knew the purpose of his visit. Xiao, some things are in the past, don't take it to heart. Meiying also doesn't want to see you live in guilt. Wen Haiyan advised as an elder. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I know. Today I came to see her, otherwise my heart would be at ease. Qidi, you take your senior brother there. Wen Haiyan said to Wen Qidi. Wen Qidi nodded and led the way for Ling Xiao. The Jade Spring Pond of the Jade Spring Pavilion was a pond formed by the accumulation of cold water for more than 1,000 years. Not far from the pond, there was an ice mountain that didn't melt all year round. This ice mountain was formed by the formation set up by the seniors of the Jade Spring Pavilion. This place only absorbed the cold energy of the world, which accumulated day and night and condensed into a cold pond and ice mountain. There was a hole in the ice mountain, and through the hole, it was where Luo Meiying's delicate body was stored. In the secret realm, Luo Meiying was assassinated by Luo Baxing in order to block the sword for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao used his own cold energy to freeze her. But this was not a long-term solution. After when Qidi returned to the sect, she immediately asked her mother to store Luo Meiying in this ice mountain. Because this ice mountain had 1,000-year cold energy, it could allow Luo Meiying's body to survive here for a long time. Ling Xiao cast a grateful look at Wen Qidi. If she hadn't thought it through, Luo Meiying's body would have become a pile of bones and disappeared from the world. Ling Xiao looked at the huge ice sculpture and the peaceful smile on the face, and his heart felt like it was being ruthlessly stabbed. Back in the secret realm, if he had been more ruthless, he would have killed Luo Baxing and the others long ago, and this wouldn't have happened. Ling Xiao placed his hand on the ice, his eyes filled with infinite tenderness and guilt. He didn't know whether it was love or gratitude for Luo Meiying, but he had already given her a big place in his heart, and he would never forget her in this life. I know you have the ability to resurrect senior apprentice Sister Luo, right? Wen Qidi's adorable face had a touch of sadness as she spoke. She asked in her heart, if I were to die for him, I wonder if he would also feel sad for me? Yes, I can definitely resurrect her, Ling Xiao replied indifferently, but his tone revealed an indescribable firmness. Was it possible to resurrect the dead? Ling Xiao didn't know either, but he had seen Lu Weng's miraculous ability to resurrect all living things. He felt that everything was possible. Therefore, he decided to let Lu Weng recover as soon as possible. At that time, he believed that it would definitely be able to resurrect Luo Meiying. After the Heavy Sword sect confirmed that Luo Batian and the others were dead, they argued about who should solve this problem. In the end, the Heavy Sword sect sent a total of 6 monarch and 10 king to the Purple Sky sect to denounce them. Considering that there might be a mysterious super expert in the Purple Sky sect, how else could their young sect master, who was a stage 6 soul master, be killed? Hence, the people from the Heavy Sword sect didn't dare to start a massacre right after they arrived. Instead, they flew directly to the Purple Sky sect to find out what was going on. Luo Giang, the leader of the Heavy Sword sect's Grand Elders, was half a step away from the exalted level. He was the strongest person in the group this time, and the other Earth monarchs were all elites of the Heavy Sword sect, while the 10 king-level experts were all high-stage king-level experts. All of them were riding on flying spirit beasts, and each of them looked like majestic heavenly soldiers and generals. Their bodies emitted an unconcealable tyrannical aura, and it could be seen that the Heavy Sword sect was truly angry this time. As soon as the Heavy Sword sect's people approached, the elders of the Purple Sky sect sensed them, and everyone began to gather together to prepare for this fierce battle. They knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from the Heavy Sword sect, and now that Ling Xiao was here, they weren't too afraid. If Ling Xiao wasn't here, then the Purple Sky sect's half-step Empyrean would be able to annihilate everyone in the Purple Sky sect. They really came. What a powerful aura. Xiao Songlin gripped the Azure Spirit Sword and waited for the people to come. The Scarlet Flame Peak's previous elder, Quang Dong, had a grave expression on his face as he said, Senior Brother Xiao, whether or not we can escape this time depends on that little boy at the foot of your peak. If he can help the sect successfully escape this calamity, I would like to suggest to the sect that he be our sect's guardian elder. Junior Quang, you think too highly of him. That child is only in his 20s, and he can't take on such a heavy responsibility, Xiao Songlin replied with a smile. The position of guardian elder was an elder who held the power of life and death. His status was higher than the other elders, and it was comparable to the position of the sect master. Each generation's sect protector elder would be the strongest person in the current generation, and his strength would at least reach the Earth Emperor stage. Quang Dong was the previous generation's sect protector elder of the Purple Heaven sect, and no one in the next 2 generations had broken through to the Earth Emperor stage, so he had not been chosen yet. Now that Ling Xiao was only at the mid-stage king realm, he had been nominated by Quang Dong to be the guardian elder. Xiao Songlin was quite happy. His strength is obvious to all. The others are still a bit weaker, and I've also heard that he's already a 5th-rank alchemist. I'm afraid he won't even be interested in the position of sect protector, said Kwang Dong. Xiao Songlin smiled faintly. We'll talk about this later. They've already arrived. For a moment, the elders behind the two of them were extremely nervous. More than a dozen golden feathered eagles flapped their wings and flew quickly, rippling out circles of dazzling golden light, causing the surrounding air to emit bursts of ear-piercing sound. In the middle of the many golden feathered eagles, there was a particularly eye-catching spirit beast. This spirit beast flew in the middle, causing the dozen golden feathered eagles to hide behind it, not daring to get close, as if they were very afraid of the spirit beast. This was a blood-eyed eagle, a low-rank 6th-grade spirit beast. Its pair of blood-red eyes were always revealing a strange and frightening look, as if one would enter the boundless hell and be unable to extricate oneself from it. Occasionally, it let out a few strange cries, and its sharp and deep fangs were filled with the smell of blood. The attendants and disciples under the Purple Sky sect all panicked, and all of them were ready to fight. Xiao Songlin and Kwang Dong looked at each other, and the two of them went to greet the dozen or so people. It is the honor of our Purple Sky sect that distinguished guests have come to our Purple Sky sect, Xiao Songlin said to the dozen or so riders in a clear voice. Regardless of whether the heavy sword sect was an enemy or not, they still had to treat their guests with courtesy. As the saying goes, diplomacy before force. Chapter 469. Your Purple Sky sect has guts to actually dare to kill my heavy sword sect's future young sect master. How should you be punished? Luo Giang stood on the huge blood-eyed eagle's malevolent head and coldly said. He was like a high and mighty king, berating his lackeys who didn't have eyes. That kind of arrogant gaze, that disdainful sneer, that thick killing intent was almost undisguised. Xiao Songlin and Kwang Dong frowned slightly. They had always been in high positions. Who would like to be questioned like this? Xiao Songlin met Luo Giang's gaze and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "We are deeply sorry that young Master Luo died in our Purple Sky sect. But think about it, with the strength of young Master Luo and the people he brought with him, do you think our Purple Sky sect is a match for them?" The reason why Xiao Songlin said this was because the people from the Purple Sky sect had communicated with each other beforehand. It was not a wise move to provoke the other party at the beginning. With just a few people, how could they block the other party's powerful strength? Moreover, that brat Ling Xiao might still be hiding in the courtyard with Yun Mingqi. Originally, they wanted to ask Ling Xiao to come out and kill the people from the Chongjian sect, but Ling Xiao said, the main character is usually the last to appear. The people of the Purple Sky sect were both furious and helpless. They were all cursing inwardly, this kid really can't tell the situation apart. When you show up, I'm afraid that everyone will be dead. Luo Giang glanced at the people from the Purple Sky sect. The strongest among them were Xiao Songlin and Kwang Dong, who were at the middle stage Earth Emperor realm. Moreover, they had been very familiar with the situation of the various sects over the years. It was impossible for the Purple Sky sect to hide any 1,000-year-old old monster. However, Luo Giang would not look at things from the surface. No matter what, my heavy sword sect died in your Purple Sky sect. You are all responsible. You'd better hand over the murderer. Otherwise, don't blame us for being cruel and merciless, Luo Giang said faintly. This time, the old ancestor had given a death order. No matter what, they had to bring the murderer's head back. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go back. They could only obey the old ancestor's orders. Otherwise, with his temper, they wouldn't have a good life. That person said that if we leak out his whereabouts, he will destroy our Purple Sky sect. We really can't bear this sin, Xiao Songlin said awkwardly. Humph. Are you not afraid of offending our heavy sword sect? Luo Giang snorted coldly. A tyrannical aura spread out and pressed down on Xiao Songlin and Kwang Dong. Xiao Songlin and Kwang Dong were forced to retreat more than 10 meters. Their expressions turned ugly in an instant, and traces of blood appeared at the corner of their mouths. This was Luo Giang giving them a show of strength. He wanted to let the people of Purple Heaven sect know that their heavy sword sect was not someone they could afford to offend. Alright, senior brother Xiao, I think we should tell them, Kuang Dong said, putting on a show. Xiao Songlin hesitated for a moment, then revealed a mournful expression and said, all right. Then, he said to Luo Giang, since you want to know, I'll tell you, but we can't say that we told you. Luo Giang disdainfully said, cut the crap, as long as you tell us where the murderer is, you will naturally be fine, but our young sect master had an accident here, so you must give our old ancestor an explanation. You must know that our old ancestor dotes on our young sect master the most. Luo Giang brought up the heavy sword sect's old ancestor in order to give the Purple Sky sect a good beating. Otherwise, they would not be able to recognize the heavy sword sect's thunderous rage this time. At the same time, he also hoped that Xiao Songlin and the others would tactfully tell them where the real murderer was. That person is currently in a valley not far away. He seems to be from the southern region's Devil Shadow sect. Xiao Songlin pointed in a direction and said, someone from the Devil Shadow sect. Luo Giang immediately became vigilant. More than 200 years ago, the people of the Devil Shadow sect had invaded the northwest, and were later driven out by the joint efforts of the various sections. The three great 7th grade sects had the deepest enmity with them, so Luo Giang was no stranger to the Devil Shadow sect. Among the large sects in the northwest, the Devil Shadow sect was regarded as an enemy. Now that he heard Xiao Songlin say this, he actually believed what Xiao Songlin had said. Could it be that the Devil Shadow sect is coming out to cause trouble again? Luo Giang thought worriedly. Knowing that the murderer was from the Devil Shadow sect, Luo Giang's arrogance decreased a lot. It could be seen that he was still very afraid of the people from the Devil Shadow sect. A person who could even kill a mid-level 6th rank spirit beast must at least be a high-level Empyrean. Otherwise, he would also have a spirit beast that was above the 6th rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill their young sect master. To go or not to go, Luo Giang hesitated. It was not easy for him to obtain his current strength. Within 100 years, he would definitely have the opportunity to comprehend his own Tao and become a true Empyrean. He really did not want to lose his life like this. However, if they did not carry out the mission, when they returned, the old ancestor would vent his anger on them. What should they do? I advise you not to go. That guy is very fierce. He kills without spilling blood, and he even eats human flesh and broken limbs. Kuang Dong kindly advised from the side. Hearing this, Luo Giang's face turned green. Wasn't this clearly saying that the people of the heavy sword sect were afraid? Luo Giang narrowed his eyes and glared at Kuang Dong. I hope you are not lying to me. Otherwise, I will definitely destroy your Purple Sky sect. Then he waved to the people behind him and said, follow me. Seeing the group of people fly towards a valley not far away, the people of the Purple Sky sect all let out a sigh of relief. However, in their hearts, they were also faintly worried. Would this scam work? I hope that child can really make them stay. Xiao Songlin sighed softly. Luo Giang's group arrived at a valley 20 miles away from the Purple Sky sect. It was filled with trees and flowers. He sensed the situation in the valley, and sure enough, he found a very powerful aura. However, he could not grasp the true strength of this aura. He could not help but shiver. There really are people from the Devil Shadow sect here. If what Xiao Songlin said was true, then the person here was definitely a high-level Empyrean. Would the 10 of them be able to deal with him? Luo Giang took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. If I die, then I die. The people from the Devil Shadow sect still haven't shown themselves. Do you really think we don't dare to kill our way in? Luo Giang shouted at the valley. From the looks of it, he seemed to want to shout loudly to cover up the fear in his heart. His voice echoed endlessly in the valley, but unfortunately, there was no movement in the valley. The calmer the valley was, the more Luo Giang did not dare to act rashly. I will count to 3. If you don't come out, we will flatten this place. Luo Giang shouted again. 1, 2. Just as he was about to count to 3, a scream came from behind him. Luo Giang was shocked. When he turned around, a high-level king stage cultivator fell from the golden hawk. One of his companions beside him had sharp eyes and quick hands, and he quickly caught his fallen companion. However, when he stretched out his hand to check, he found that his companion was dead. The man was shocked and cried out to Luo Giang, Elder Yang, he died. No one knew how this person died, and no one sensed any attack energy. He died silently just like that. The people of the heavy sword sect became nervous, and their hearts were filled with goosebumps. Another scream sounded out. The high-level king stage cultivator who had run down to catch his companion was the same as the person in his arms. He screamed and died on the spot. The two of them fell from the sky at the same time. This time, no one dared to catch the two of them, afraid that they would follow in their footsteps. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Luo Giang roared, "You sneaky scoundrel, come out." As he roared, he condensed a powerful spirit energy in his hand and fiercely smashed it towards the valley. As long as the powerful energy attack touched the valley, it would probably be razed to the ground. However, just as the energy was about to fall into the valley, a powerful black mist rushed out and dispersed Luo Giang's powerful attack. It really is someone from the Devil Shadow sect. Luo Giang and the others quickly retreated. When they saw the opponent's counterattack, they were immediately sure that it was someone from the Devil Shadow sect. Whether it was in the northwest or the southern region, only the people from the Devil Shadow sect would cultivate the dark attribute. Therefore, from the move just now, Luo Giang was sure that the people from the Purple Sky sect were not lying. Just as the move ended, another person from the Heavy Sword sect fell from the Golden Feathered Eagle for no reason. 3 people had died in a row, and without any warning, the people from the Heavy Sword sect were panicking. "Senior brother, this can't go on like this," a high-level Earth Emperor beside Luo Giang said worriedly. "Why don't we go back and ask the old ancestor to come over?" another person suggested from the side. Just as they were speaking, another king rank expert died a violent death. Luo Giang had no choice but to shout, "Everyone, retreat." As his voice fell, everyone retreated far away. They didn't even see the shadow of the person, but they had lost 4 high-level king stage cultivators for no reason. This was too terrifying. The people from the Heavy Sword sect felt a chill in their hearts. They all hoped that Luo Giang would immediately order them to retreat. "Go back to the sect immediately and ask the old ancestor to come in person. This person is too strange, and we are no match for him," Luo Giang said seriously, and then a giant sword appeared in his hand. This giant sword exuded a powerful attribute brilliance, and at a glance, it was at least a spirit tool. "Senior brother, what are you going to do? If you want to retreat, let's retreat together," the high-level Earth Emperor who spoke just now said. "No, I must stay, or the old ancestor will say that we are not doing a good job. You should leave quickly before the other party starts killing," Luo Giang said with a heroic and stirring manner. "Senior brother, don't, that person is unfathomable. If you go down, you will only die. If you want to leave, let's go together. I believe the old ancestor will not blame us," the high-level Earth Emperor persuaded. "I have made up my mind, there is no need to say more." Luo Giang waved his hand, then held the giant sword and rode the blood-eyed eagle towards the direction of the valley. "Senior brother!" The Earth Sovereigns of the Chong Sword sect shouted. "Sigh, let's go back and report to the old ancestor," the high-level Earth Emperor said with a sigh. The others did not have Luo Giang's courage, and without hesitation, they rushed back to the sect at full speed to ask for help. Unexpectedly, at this time, a young man appeared not far behind them. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said disdainfully, "Since you have come, then stay." Chapter 470. The one overseeing the valley was naturally not the Devil Shadow sect, but Ling Zhao's servant, Savage Leopard. Although he had the strength of a peak stage Earth Sovereign, he had the combat strength of a half-step honorable. If that was all, he would not be able to intimidate the heavy sword sect. The crucial point was that before the heavy sword sect's people came, Ling Xiao had given him an elixir, a grade 5 elixir, soul replenishing elixir. This elixir was refined by Ling Xiao in the southern region at the Tai Lu tribe, and it was also the first grade 5 elixir that he had refined. Ling Xiao had always wanted to consume this elixir to strengthen his mental energy, but after considering for a long period of time, he still decided to give it to Savage Leopard. He needed a higher level servant to keep up appearances, and this made him feel that it would be a very flashy thing. He was not worried that Savage Leopard would betray him, because as his strength and mental energy grew stronger, he was able to sense any emotional fluctuations of the Devil Emperor in his sea of consciousness. As long as he made any strange movements, he would be able to make Savage Leopard lose more than half of his cultivation, and it would also leave behind an irrecoverable soul spirit wound. Moreover, during this period of time, he felt that Savage Leopard seemed to be more and more obedient towards him. He thought that perhaps the tyrannical aura that he displayed should have suppressed this fellow. No matter what, his trust towards Savage Leopard had increased by a lot, and thus, he decided to give this soul-replenishing elixir to Savage Leopard. Savage Leopard was originally a terrifying Devil Emperor, and his strength had already reached the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm. No matter which corner of the continent it was an ambitious and ruthless character that ruled over an area. To him now, he only needed to replenish his soul spirit force and strengthen his original sea of consciousness, and his strength would subsequently recover. Of course, if he wanted to recover to his peak, he would definitely need the other half of the soul spirit force in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Other than letting him consume the soul replenishing elixir, Ling Xiao also gave him a bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion, which was to allow him to recover to a better state. As expected, after consuming these two items, Savage Leopard had an astonishing transformation. Savage Leopard had been absorbing the remnant souls of the dead to recover his soul spirit. However, these remnant souls were all mixed and incomplete. They all had different attributes, and their strengths and sizes were all different. Basically, he had forcefully mixed them together. Although his soul force had been strengthened, his soul had become extremely messy, and it was difficult for him to display his true strength. Now, the soul-mending pill could strengthen his soul force, and the 10,000-year stone emulsion could cleanse his original impure soul force, making it pure. The Savage Leopard's soul force was cleansed once more, and the 10,000-year stone milk expanded his sea of consciousness and cleansed his meridians. For a former demon emperor like him, there was practically no such thing as holding one's neck at any stage below the emperor rank. After all, he still had his previous comprehension and experience. After consuming these two items, the high-level Earth Sovereign Savage Leopard became a powerful existence at the peak of low-level Heavenly Venerable Realm. Perhaps they were insignificant to him in the past, but to the vast Northwest, they were already one of the few super experts who stood at the top. Therefore, Ling Xiao had the Sex Elders lead the heavy sword Sex people to this valley. He didn't let the Savage Leopard or the Blue Flood Dragon kill those people in one go. That was because he wanted to test his mental energy's ability to instantly kill people. At the same time, he wanted to let the heavy sword sect enjoy the terrifying feeling of dying silently. Ling Xiao didn't expect these guys from the heavy sword sect to be so afraid of death. After killing a few of them, they actually retreated. Only one of them dared to rush into the valley. The others wanted to leave, so Ling Xiao could only show himself. When the people from the heavy sword sect saw Ling Xiao, they were all stunned. They thought that the one blocking behind them should be an Empyrean rank powerhouse, or at least a half-step Empyrean. Otherwise, how could he dare to block so many of them? It should be known that each of them was quite powerful, and it was easy for them to destroy 1 or 2 8th or 9th grade sect ranks. However, when they saw that it was actually a mid-level king rank powerhouse blocking their way, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this guy retarded or an idiot? He actually dared to block them with such strength. He was really courting death. A high-level Earth Emperor from the heavy sword sect wanted to run, but he seemed to disdain to make a move. He said to another high-level king rank powerhouse, "Kill this idiot." The high-level king rank powerhouse nodded and revealed a sinister smile, a mere mid-level king rank powerhouse dares to show off in front of us? Go to hell. The high-level king rank powerhouse shouted and unsheathed the giant sword on his back. The high-level king rank powerhouse attacked with all his strength. Since they were running for their lives, they didn't dare to be careless. A dazzling blue light instantly slashed towards Ling Xiao. Swoosh! The blue light passed through Ling Xiao's body and seemed to cut him in half. The high-level king rank powerhouse said disdainfully, "What a waste." At this time, the high-level Earth Emperor behind him cried out in alarm, "Be careful behind you." That high-level king stage expert didn't even have time to react before a cold light streaked past and his head was separated from his body. Ling Xiao's body wasn't cut off at all. No one knew when he had escaped to the other side, but the high-level king rank powerhouse's head was cut off by the ice and fire sword he controlled. "You're courting death. How dare you kill my disciple?" A mid-level Earth Emperor was furious, and a blue palm shadow blasted towards Ling Xiao. The blue palm shadow was like a huge water curtain that smashed down from the sky. Ling Xiao sneered, and with a finger, the ice and fire sword blasted towards the blue palm shadow. The ice and fire sword was already a high-rank 7th rank spiritual artifact. It could even block the attack of a heavenly venerable, let alone a mere Earth Emperor rank powerhouse. The ice and fire sword directly cut the huge blue palm in half, and the remaining powerful energy blasted towards the mid-level Earth Emperor. "It's a high-rank spiritual artifact, quickly kill him and take it." The high-level Earth Emperor shouted with a greedy look. As soon as his words fell, the people of the heavy sword sect didn't dare to be careless, and they all used elemental attacks to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao sneered, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared. Roar! The earth-shattering dragon roar shook everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. The people of the heavy sword sect were temporarily at a loss because of this unexpected roar. Ling Xiao seized this critical opportunity and kept moving his hands. The ice and fire sword slashed towards them like a meteor. Their heads were chopped off like watermelons. 3 high-level king rank powerhouses and a low-rank Earth Emperor died in the blink of an eye. "Damn bastard, I will tear you into pieces." When the high-level Earth Emperor came to his senses, he let out a roar. His momentum instantly locked on to Ling Xiao, and a huge spiritual artifact slashed towards him. The powerful elemental attack seemed to be able to destroy several mountains. Ling Xiao had nowhere to hide. Just as he was about to be obliterated by the powerful sword Qi, another dragon roar soared to the sky. The blue flood dragon roared non-stop, and the sound waves reverberated endlessly. The people of the heavy sword sect were all shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Those 4th-rank golden eagles were shaken to the ground one by one. The high-level Earth Emperor who wanted to kill Ling Xiao just now was the most miserable. He didn't expect that a blue flood dragon would come out of nowhere, and it even had the magical power of Tenbin. He was shaken by the dragon's roar, and he bled 7 times. His head couldn't withstand the torment and exploded into a mist of blood. The rest of the people of the heavy sword sect were all scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to hesitate and dragged their heavy bodies to escape in different directions. They hated the fact that they didn't have a few legs, which slowed them down so much. Ling Xiao didn't intend to let any of them go. The blue flood dragon was full of bloodthirst, and it roared again and again, causing the surrounding area to shake violently. The eardrums of the people who were escaping were shattered, and they all slowed down. The dragon's tail swept across, and they were immediately smashed into meat paste. In just a few moves, Ling Xiao killed several small fries, and the blue flood dragon killed several big fries. Only one person from the heavy sword sect was still alive. The 6 emperor rank powerhouses of the purple sky sect, who came to watch the battle, were all dumbfounded. Although they had seen Ling Xiao's terrifying killing methods before, they couldn't help but feel scared when they saw it again. They were all rejoicing. "Fortunately, this kid is on our side. If he was an enemy, we would be in trouble." After the battle, Ling Xiao laid on the flood dragon's body, intentionally or unintentionally glancing in the direction where the people of the Purple Sky sect were hiding. He cursed in his heart, "These old bastards, if you want to watch, then watch openly. Why do you have to do this kind of peeping? What a shameful behavior." If the Earth Emperors of the Purple Sky sect heard this, they would immediately beat their chests and wail, "To be looked down upon by such a kid, we don't want to live anymore." From the bottom of the valley, waves of powerful energy fluctuations could be heard. The battle between venerables was earth-shattering. The valley was quickly flattened, and two figures and a beast rose up. Luo Giang was sure that the person in front of him was a terrifying Empyrean-level expert. If he didn't have the blood-eyed eagle by his side, he would have died. When Luo Giang and the cruel leopard were fighting in the air, Ling Xiao had already finished the battle. He lazily said to the cruel leopard, "You're an Empyrean, but you can't even deal with this pseudo-Empyrean. You've really lost this young master's face. Look at this young master, I've taken care of everything here." When the cruel leopard heard this, his face darkened. When Luo Giang heard someone speak behind him, he retreated in shock and looked towards Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage, he heaved a sigh of relief, but when he saw the six-clawed flood dragon, he was so scared that he almost fainted. He tried to sense the aura of his companions, but found that they had all disappeared. Looking at the ground, there was only a pool of blood and broken limbs. "It's you. You killed them." Luo Giang cried out in horror. "Damn you, don't make a fuss. Don't you want to find the murderer? I was the one who killed your young sect master. If you want to take revenge, just come at me." Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he hooked his finger at Luo Giang. He proudly shouted in his heart, "I have the blue dragon on the left, the golden wolf on the right, and the fire unicorn in the middle." Ling Xiao didn't expect that the famous quote he changed at the last minute would become the representative of his future battle. Luo Giang suppressed his calmness and retreated slightly. After looking at the cruel leopard, he shouted, "Our heavy sword sect will remember this enmity." As his voice fell, something appeared in his hand and he threw it out. Boom! Chapter 471. The Heavenly Thunder Seed was an explosive item refined from a beast core. Its power varied according to the grade of the beast core. It could be said that the higher the grade of the Heavenly Thunder Seed refined from a beast core, the more terrifying the power of the explosion. This kind of Heavenly Thunder Seed could only be refined by a Tier 5 refiner or above. Ordinary refiners did not have this ability. Fortunately, there was such a 5th-grade blacksmith in the Heavy Sword sect. It was not easy to refine a Heavenly Thunder Seed. If one was not careful, it would be easy to make a mistake. Once a mistake was made, the beast core would explode. The Tier 5 refiner of the Heavy Sword sect had only refined a dozen of these Heavenly Thunder Seeds in his life and distributed them to the upper echelons of the family to save their lives. What Luo Giang threw out was a Heavenly Thunder Seed refined from a Tier 5 beast core. When this Heavenly Thunder Seed exploded, it was as terrifying as the self-detonation of a Tier 5 spirit beast. The Heavenly Thunder Seed that Luo Giang threw was aimed at Ling Xiao and the Blue Flood Dragon. Ling Xiao did not know what it was, but relying on the protective divine light of the Blue Flood Dragon, he was not afraid of anything that could hurt him. However, when the power of the Heavenly Thunder Seed exploded, Ling Xiao knew that he was wrong. Even with the protective divine light of the Blue Flood Dragon, he was still shaken to the point of being dizzy, and his entire body was blown far away. Fortunately, the Blue Flood Dragon blocked most of the explosion's power for him. Otherwise, with his cockroach's fate, he would not have died. The Blue Flood Dragon's waist was also blasted into a large piece of flesh, and blood flowed non-stop. It opened its mouth wide and kept roaring. This time, it was really in pain. Not far away, the savage leopard was stunned for a moment before shouting, "Young master." He wanted to fly towards Ling Xiao to check what was going on, but who knew that Ling Xiao had already stabilized his body and cursed, "F***ck, why aren't you getting rid of that bastard?" As Ling Xiao cursed, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His clothes were almost torn apart by the explosion. Fortunately, the cloth covering the important parts of his body had not fallen off, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Cruel Leopard listened to Ling Xiao's instructions and turned to chase after Luo Giang. His strength had already reached the Empyrean realm, so his flying speed was many times faster than before. Unfortunately, that low-tier 6 blood-eyed eagle's speed was much faster than his. Moreover, it had set off early, giving the savage leopard a feeling of being too far away to catch up. Fortunately, the blue water dragon was completely enraged. It burst forth with the terrifying speed of a 6th-tier advanced stage expert, and in just a few swings, it had already closed the distance of 1,000 meters. Luo Giang turned around and saw the ferocious blue flood dragon. He was so scared that he almost fell off the eagle's back. Eagle, hurry up, hurry up. Luo Giang urged as he patted the head of the blood-eyed eagle. The blood-eyed eagle also wanted to be fast, but it only had a pair of wings. Roar! The blue Jiao dragon unleashed a terrifying sound wave attack towards Luo Giang and the blood-eyed eagle. The man and the beast were shaken so much that they swayed. The blue aquatic dragon had already caught up to him, and it spat out a powerful water-type attack from its huge mouth. The torrential river water poured down like a magnitude 10 tsunami that could drown and break through all obstacles in the world. One man and one beast were blasted into dregs on the spot by the powerful water light. After the blue flood dragon killed the enemy, it roared a few times and grabbed the beast core of the blood-eyed eagle, as well as Luo Giang's spirit weapon and space ring in its claws before returning. It knew how to catch these things because of Ling Xiao's previous teachings. This kind of good thing couldn't be wasted. Any expert would treasure it, and to Ling Xiao, it was a rare treasure. Now that he had killed so many people from the heavy sword sect, it was a great harvest. After Ling Xiao let the savage leopard collect all the space rings, he grabbed them in his hands and said with dissatisfaction, "This young master was almost killed by the explosion, and I only got this much, what a big loss." The previous generation elders of the Purple Sky sect who were watching from afar almost fainted on the spot. Which one of them didn't covet the things in Ling Xiao's hands? That was comparable to a small treasure trove, and this guy was actually not satisfied. They all cursed in their hearts, "Pretentious brat, be careful of being struck by lightning." If Ling Xiao heard their curses, he would definitely reply with a proud smile, "I was struck by lightning a long time ago, and I even advanced." Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to the sect, he glanced in one direction and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." After he roared, a blue flame fist smashed out from his hand towards a nearby forest. Just as the blue flame fist was about to reach the forest, an attribute light flashed and dispersed the flames. The savage leopard cursed himself for being careless in his heart and chased after the forest. The hidden person was also amazing. Before the savage leopard could catch up, he turned into a meteor and flew off into the distance. His speed was as fast as lightning, causing the savage leopard to once again feel that it was difficult to catch up. "Xiaolong, chase after him, don't let him escape." Ling Xiao exclaimed towards the blue flood dragon, and also turned into a bolt of blue lightning to chase after it. The savage leopard felt that he had lost face to his grandmother's house twice. He had just recovered some of his strength. He thought that he was invincible in the northwest, but he was still a figure that others could not shake. Unexpectedly, he had almost let someone kill Ling Xiao in front of him. Now, there was someone lurking nearby that he did not notice, and he could not catch up to that person. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was able to survive like a cockroach after being bombarded by the heavenly lightning seed. He was even able to sense the enemy lurking 1,000 meters away. Now, Ling Xiao was riding a blue flood dragon to chase after him. How could he, an Empyrean-level servant, endure this? However, even if he couldn't catch up, he had to chase after him from behind to prevent any accidents from happening to Ling Xiao. Son of a bitch, what kind of speed is this? F***CK. Ling Xiao rode the blue flood dragon for tens of thousands of miles, but he could only barely keep up. He was unable to close the distance between him and that person. Ling Xiao was worried in his heart, that guy can't be a high-level Empyrean, right? In fact, while Ling Xiao was worried, the person in front was also afraid, and his heart was in his throat. Don't chase anymore. If I keep chasing, I'll run out of spiritual power. The person who was running shouted in his heart. This person was Wind's shadow, who had been sent by the heavy sword sex ancestor to track down the murderer. Wind's shadow was this person's code name. He was a wind attribute half-step Empyrean and a servant of the heavy sword sex ancestor. He had been lurking near the valley for a long time without being discovered. This was because he used to be a shadow assassin who was good at tracking and ambushing. He cultivated a turtle chi cultivation technique that concealed his aura. As long as he hid, even an Empyrean level expert would find it difficult to find him. When he was at the high-level king level, he had relied on this cultivation technique to successfully assassinate a low-level Earth sovereign. He had not expected that he would be discovered in the end, even though he had been hiding so well. Of course, he had not expected that Ling Xiao's spiritual sea would be so magical. Within a radius of several kilometers, as long as Ling Xiao wanted to sense something, it would be difficult for it to escape his eyes and ears. Fortunately, before Wind's shadow rushed to the Purple Heaven sect, his master had given him a wind boots spirit artifact, otherwise he would have already died. The wind boots were a rare non-offensive spirit artifact. This kind of spirit artifact was rarely seen in the Northwest or the Southern Territory. Although it did not have any offensive characteristics, it was just like its name, a spirit artifact used to increase one's speed and escape. As long as one wore it, even an ordinary person could increase their speed by 2 or 3 times. Wind's shadow was only a half-step Empyrean, and even if his speed was increased by 2 or 3 times, he would still not be faster than the blue flood dragon. However, he had also taken several speed-enhancing pills, which increased his speed by nearly 5 or 6 times. This allowed him to have the super speed of a high-level Empyrean. This was also the reason why the savage leopard was unable to catch up. However, although Wind's shadow's speed was astonishing, the blue flood dragon was also not a vegetarian. It closely chased after him, not letting him escape from its line of sight. Moreover, the blue flood dragon contained much more energy than him. Even if he flew for 10 days and 10 nights, the blue flood dragon would still be fine, but he could not. When he exhausted his spiritual power, it would be the time of his death. Wind's shadow was anxious like ants constantly crawling in his heart, and his face was dripping with cold sweat. The two of them chased and fled for a total of 4 hours. They did not know how far they had flown, but the savage leopard behind them had already lost sight of them. The more Ling Xiao chased, the more impatient he became. He wanted to use his spiritual power to attack, but unfortunately, the distance was too far, and he was unable to make an effective attack. He also did not have any other strong long-range attacks. As a result, the chase lasted for a day and a night. Wind's shadow did not know how many pills he had taken along the way to speed up his chi. Unfortunately, he still could not outlast the blue flood dragon with amazing endurance. He had to stop and cry and beg, "Young master, please spare my life." He gasped for breath, sweating non-stop, and his whole person was extremely decadent. He swore in his heart that this was the most embarrassing escape he had ever been in since his debut. Ling Xiao rode on the blue flood dragon and looked down at him. "Why should I spare you? As long as you spare me, I can offer you my life's treasures," Wind's shadow said nervously. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and immediately let the blue flood dragon kill him. Wind's shadow had already exhausted all his spiritual power, and was swept by the blue flood dragon's giant tail, dying on the spot. Then, Ling Xiao unceremoniously searched Wind's shadow's body. Ling Xiao saw Wind's shadow's extraordinary pair of wind boots, and was very happy in his heart, thinking that this guy might have other rare treasures. So Ling Xiao almost stripped Wind's shadow's clothes to see if there were any special treasures. Unfortunately, apart from this pair of wind boots and space ring, there was nothing else. This greatly disappointed Ling Xiao. And after the poor Wind's shadow died, he still had to be naked in the wilderness. Even if he became a ghost, he would still be a naked ghost. Ling Xiao played with the pair of wind boots in his hand, feeling more and more that they were extraordinary, so he put them on and casually ran for a while, discovering the mystery of the wind boot's speed increase. He murmured, "No wonder this guy could escape so quickly, these wind boots are really good stuff. The heavy sword sect's foundation is really extraordinary. It seems that this young master will have to visit the heavy sword sect sooner." Ever since Luo Meiying was stabbed to death by Luo Baxing, Ling Xiao had decided to wash the heavy sword sect with blood. And before, the people of the heavy sword sect had set their eyes on his most beloved woman, which made him even more enraged and strengthened his decision. Chapter 472. Although Ling Xiao had enough confidence to kill his way to the heavy sword sect now, he had experienced the power of Luo Giang's heavenly lightning seed and felt that it was necessary to make a good plan. Otherwise, if he rashly killed his way over and was casually thrown a few of these heavenly lightning seeds, even the blue flood dragon would not be able to withstand it. After rushing back to the Purple Heaven sect, the elders of the Purple Heaven sect all ran over to get close to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was also very polite to them. He only hated the few peak lord led by Yun Xiong. When he thought that Yun Mingqi almost married into the heavy sword sect, he couldn't swallow it. He had never been a very tolerant person. After sending away those old guys, Ling Xiao returned to the courtyard. Now Yun Mingqi's courtyard had become his backyard. Ling Xiao wanted Ji Beixin to live with him, but Ji Beixin didn't want to disturb Ling Xiao's life. In fact, she didn't want to face Yun Mingqi. On the contrary, Yun Mingqi was more open-minded and accompanied Ling Xiao to see Ji Beixin. After the two women met, although their relationship didn't reach the level of sisters, there wasn't any unhappiness. Ling Xiao decided that once he found a place that belonged to him, he would definitely take all of his women and have a taste of what it felt like. After returning to the courtyard, Ling Xiao didn't let anyone disturb him for the time being. He told Yun Mingqi not to let anyone disturb him for the time being and to meditate for 2 days to think about what to do next. His current dilemma was whether to wash the heavy sword sect with blood or rush to Guzhai City first. Solving the heavy sword sect was imminent, but the priest maiden's time was getting shorter and shorter. In the end, Ling Xiao decided to destroy the heavy sword sect first and then rush to Guzhai City. Otherwise, the heavy sword sect was a thorn in his heart that could stab people at any time. Now that he had a heavenly venerable servant by his side, as well as a rank 6 flood dragon comparable to a peak heavenly venerable, there shouldn't be any problems as long as he was careful. Of course, even though Ling Xiao said that he wanted to wash the heavy sword sect with blood, his target was only the higher-ups of the heavy sword sect. He did not plan to kill all the people in the heavy sword sect. He must have always thought of himself as a very kind person and would never kill too much. He did this because he was not afraid that the Chong sword sect would seek revenge in the future. Once the foundation of the heavy sword sect was shaken, it was unknown how many sects would come to divide the territory of the heavy sword sect. Over the past 2 days, Ling Xiao sorted out all the things in the space ring he had obtained. Looking at the small piles of treasures, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. No wonder so many people were involved in the business of killing and robbing. This was indeed the fastest and most effective way to obtain things. Ling Xiao took out a mysterious art he had obtained from Feng Ying's space ring. It was called Concealment Cultivation Technique. Ling Xiao felt that this mysterious art was quite interesting. Although it was only a green rank mysterious art, it still took him half a day to memorize all of its important points. It did not have any offensive abilities, but after cultivating it, it could conceal one's true aura, making it difficult for others to grasp it. Ling Xiao valued this the most. It would make it convenient for him to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, and finally reach a shocking entrance. After cultivating the concealment cultivation technique to the entry level, Ling Xiao did not continue. He wanted to leave it for the heavy sword sect to cultivate to the large success stage. Ling Xiao left the courtyard. Only then did he remember that he had not given the 10,000-year pearl in his space ring to his woman. So, he took out a large pearl and handed it to Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi was dazzled when she saw this pearl. Any woman seemed to have a special love for shiny things. Yun Mingqi had the appearance of a fairy descending to the world, and after taking the 10,000-year pearl, her peerlessly beautiful face made Ling Xiao unable to help himself from drooling several mouthfuls of saliva. In the end, He could not help but drag Yunmingqi into the room and make love with her for a long time. Subsequently, Ling Xiao left a few more pearls for Yunmingqi to dispose of as she pleased. Anyway, he still had a lot of stock. After leaving the courtyard, Ling Xiao rushed to the wooden flag peak and gave Ji Beixin a pearl and a lot of wind grass. Ji Beixin was of the wind attribute, and her body contained the innate wind evil qi. Absorbing the wind grass was also of great benefit to her spiritual power. In the pavilion, after listening to Ji Beixin play a song, he informed Cruel Leopard to meet up. Just as Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard were about to leave the Purple Heaven sect and rush to the Heavy Sword sect, the 6 Earth Emperors of the Purple Heaven sect appeared at the same time, followed by Yunmingqi. Ling Xiao knew at a glance that it was Yunmingqi who had told these old fellows about this. Ling Xiao stepped forward and greeted them one by one. Xiao Songlin went straight to the point and said, "Xiao, are you really going to the Heavy Sword sect?" Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said in a relaxed manner, "I'm just going to play and see if there's any good scenery worth enjoying. It's no big deal." "Huh, that's right. We old fellows also want to go see the scenery with you. I wonder if you welcome us?" The previous generation elder of the Scarlet Flame Peak, Kuang Dong, laughed. The other elders of the previous generation all nodded in agreement. "Xiao, we old fellows still have some strength. Let's go with you," Xiao Songlin said. Ling Xiao glared at Yunmingqi who was behind the crowd, then smiled and said, "Grand Master, elders, you all have some strength, but compared to a young man like me, you are still a bit lacking. Moreover, when I admire the scenery, I am not used to having old people by my side, otherwise it would be very awkward. You guys better not go." The 6 Earth Emperors only felt their faces heat up, but they also felt that Ling Xiao's words were not false. They might be able to help a little if they went with him, but it would distract Ling Xiao from taking care of them, which was not good. "Elders, I already said that he doesn't need your help, but you just don't believe me. You can go back, I will accompany him." Yunmingqi retreated in order to advance. In fact, she only wanted to fight side by side with Ling Xiao, the others didn't matter. Ling Xiao had a look of refusal and said, "You all stay here and wait for my news." Yunmingqi somewhat unwillingly pouted her sexy lips. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "All right, you can come with me, but you can only watch from the side. Occasionally, I will kill a few small fish for you to practice, but if you meet a difficult opponent, don't try to be brave." Only then did Yunmingqi smile. She had always missed the days when she was protected by Ling Xiao in the desolate mountains, and now it seemed that she had returned to that moment. In the end, the 6 Earth Emperors of the Purple Sky sect did not put down their old faces and did not go in. They only told Ling Xiao to be careful, and then they dispersed. Just like this, Ling Xiao, Yunmingqi, and the Savage Leopard set off for the Heavy Sword sect. When they set off, Ling Xiao was still worried about how to bring Yunmingqi along. It had to be known that the Blue Flood Dragon had always been unapproachable. But this time, it was beyond Ling Xiao's expectations. After Yunmingqi and he sat on the dragon's back, the Blue Flood Dragon did not struggle at all and allowed Yunmingqi to sit down. Ling Xiao thought gloomily, could it be that this guy is a male dragon and has taken a fancy to Mingqi? Fortunately, the Blue Flood Dragon did not sign any contract with Ling Xiao and could not hear his words, otherwise it would have rolled its eyes. The Savage Leopard was still riding the Bald Lion Eagle. Although its speed was not as fast as the Blue Flood Dragon, it was still better than not having a flying spirit beast. Ling Xiao told the Savage Leopard to find a spirit beast above the 6th rank as soon as possible, so that it would be convenient to travel and fight in the future. Of course, the Savage Leopard readily agreed, but he knew that it was not easy to find a powerful dark attribute spirit beast. He could not help but think of thousands of years ago, his protective spirit beast, the 7th rank Black Sky Tiger. If it was not to block the enemy for him, the Black Sky Tiger could have run away by itself. In the end, the Black Sky Tiger ended up being skinned and its tendons pulled out. "Black Sky Tiger, just you wait, I will avenge you." The Savage Leopard secretly made up his mind. The journey was not lonely, with the woman he loved by his side, he could meditate and cultivate during the day, and at night he could watch the stars and the moon together and talk about life's ideals. The savage leopard was also a tactful master. He only cared about leading the way in front and never looked back for no reason. Ling Xiao secretly praised the savage leopard, who was becoming more and more suitable to be his servant. After flying for a few days, Ling Xiao had a small success in the concealing breath cultivation technique, and he could disguise his middle stage king stage aura as a spirit master. No matter which high-level martial artist saw him, they would not regard him as a king stage martial artist. On the 6th day, Ling Xiao let Yun Mingqi ride the blue flood dragon in front to lead the way. He wanted to talk to the savage leopard. "Young master, what instructions do you have?" The savage leopard did not know why Ling Xiao stopped him, and thought that he had some instructions. "What level of Xian skill are you most proud of?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The savage leopard was stunned for a moment, then said, "Red Stare Blade Technique, Bloody Battle 8 Forms, and Claw Technique, Tentacle Demonic Vine Technique." These two were the battle skills that he had relied on his life to become famous. "Why is it only a red stare technique? You didn't cultivate a purple stare or brown stare technique?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. The savage leopard smiled bitterly. "There are a lot of Xian skills in the central region, but purple stare techniques are almost all the treasures of the major forces. As for brown stare techniques, they are even more mysterious. Once it is spread, it will immediately cause a bloody storm. Back then, I was lucky enough to obtain 1 or 2 purple stare techniques, but unfortunately, they were not of the dark attribute, so naturally I could not cultivate them. So that's how it is." Ling Xiao suddenly understood, and then said, "I also have a set of dark stare technique, which is pretty good, and I think it suits your character. I will use my mind to practice it and show you what rank it is." The savage leopard was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. In his heart, he was not very optimistic about Ling Xiao's Xian skill. On the continent, dark attribute Xian skills were extremely rare, and high-level Xian skills were even rarer. Back then, when he reached the peak of the Emperor stage, he had not been able to find a purple rank or above dark attribute Xian skill for 1 or 2,000 years. Therefore, in his opinion, Ling Xiao's dark attribute cultivation technique was at most green rank or blue rank, and it was absolutely impossible for it to reach red rank. However, when he felt the saber move that Ling Xiao had used in his Sea of Consciousness, he was deeply attracted. In the end, the initial disdain in his eyes turned into fanaticism. Young master, what profound skill is this?" The savage leopard asked excitedly. "Tell me first, what rank of profound skill is this?" Ling Xiao did not answer and asked instead. The savage leopard said without hesitation, "It is at least a purple rank or above profound skill, perhaps. It has already reached the brown rank." Chapter 473. Ling Xiao used his mind to demonstrate the 8 forms of the demonic blade to the savage leopard. This was a terrifying blade technique created by the first evil emperor. Ling Xiao had always memorized the chant, but he had never practiced it. Until Luo Meiying was killed in the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm, and under the influence of the savage leopard's demonic sense, he mistakenly entered the demonic path and used the 8 forms of the demonic blade. The first form, rampaging demonic chi, the second form, rampant demonic path, the third form, extreme demonic slaughter, the fourth form, demonic birth, the fifth form, demonic blade emotion severing, the sixth form, demonic treading the 7 stars, the 8th form, demonic dance, the 9th form, blood blade demonic art. This 8 forms of the demonic blade was a blade technique passed down by the first evil emperor to wind god Niefeng. There was no primary or secondary difference between the moves, and each move had its own extraordinary and terrifying power. At that time, for the sake of dealing with Zhu Wuxian, the wind god had taken a risk out of desperation and willingly fallen into depravity, and he'd refined this blade technique to mastery. The might it revealed was capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, and it was a formidable technique that wasn't inferior to the Trinity Convergence technique. The technique that Ling Xiao demonstrated did not display the true power of the 8 forms, but it was evaluated by the savage leopard as being comparable to a purple rank or above profound skill, which showed how terrifying the 8 forms of the demonic blade was. Oh, it's not bad to be able to reach the purple rank. If I can display its true power, I believe that reaching the brown rank won't be a problem. What a pity. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. After saying that, he flew to catch up with the blue dragon in front of him. Only the savage leopard was left with a fanatical expression. The savage leopard saw that Ling Xiao had actually left just like that, and only felt a little dazed. Young master, wait for me. After the savage leopard recovered, he revealed a very rare flattering smile and chased after him. Ling Xiao returned to the dragon's back, looked back at the savage leopard and asked, "Is there anything else?" The savage leopard rubbed his hands and said, "That. Young master, can you show me that blade technique again?" The savage leopard rubbed his temples and said, "I used a lot of thoughts just now, and my spirit is a little weak. We can talk about this later. Moreover, this kind of low-level technique is not worth replacing, and is not suitable for you." "Yes, why not?" Cruel Leopard hurriedly replied in his heart, but he couldn't bring himself to say so for the time being, so he had to lower his attitude and said, "Then what should I do to make the young master feel better?" Of course, he knew how powerful Ling Xiao's spirit was, and he could only lower his attitude and said, "Young master's spirit." As for why Ling Xiao said this, he could roughly guess. Ling Xiao wanted him to show enough sincerity. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to get any benefits from this young master. Well, it's hard to say. Maybe I just need to rest for a while. Maybe I'll be fine even if I rest for a few hundred years. You know, spiritual power isn't easy to recover. Ling Xiao pretended to be confused. Yunmingqi, who was standing to the side, wanted to laugh. Luckily, she was able to hold it in. The savage leopard was anxious. That was a purple rank and above profound skill, and it was in line with his dark attribute. It was a fatal temptation to him. Savage leopard was anxious. That was a purple rank or above profound skill, and it even conformed to his dark attribute. To him, it was simply a fatal temptation. However, this was his master, his young master. As long as he had the intention to kill, Ling Xiao would be able to sense it. He couldn't do that. He couldn't rob, and he didn't have anything good to exchange with his young master. There was only one way. He couldn't snatch it, and he didn't have anything good to exchange with his young master, so there was only one way. For this super expert who had once reached the peak of the emperor stage, the word beg hurt him. In order to save his life, he had lowered himself and begged Ling Xiao. Originally, in order to save his life, he had lowered himself and begged Ling Xiao. Ever since he obtained his body, he had become indifferent. He had almost never begged Ling Xiao for anything. Now, for this dark attribute super profound skill, he was ready to go all out. He had to make a request to the end, he had to beg for the mystical skill. Only in this way, his battle strength would be greatly improved. In terms of strength, what did that little bit of face count for? Moreover, he had been a servant for so long, what else could he not think of? Therefore, along the way, Cruel Leopard completely changed from a cool man to a smiling servant. From time to time, he would ask, "Young master, are you tired? Do you want to drink some water? Or perhaps, young master, are you feeling better? Do you want me to massage your back? Or even more exaggerated, young master, you are tired of sitting on the dragon's back. Why don't I carry you on my back and fly for a while?" When Ling Xiao heard this, he immediately fell off the dragon's back. The savage leopard really went to catch him and put him on its back. Ling Xiao almost vomited blood. He cursed, "Disgusting man, get lost." Seeing this scene, Yunmingqi's smile grew even more radiant, she was extremely happy. There was a lot of laughter along the way, and there was no sense of tension. Two groups of people from the heavy sword sect were completely annihilated. Luo Wudi, the ancestor of the heavy sword sect, was so angry that he flattened a mountain ridge. This was the first time the Heavy Sword sect felt that the ancestor was really angry. Everyone was well behaved for fear of accidentally provoking bad luck. Although the Heavy Sword sect was a 7th grade sect, they had lost 2 half-step venerables, 7 earth sovereigns, and more than 10 king stage cultivators. This had weakened their strength by half. If the Light Star Hall or the Charm sect were to find out, their good days would come to an end. Luo Wuди had wanted to personally go to the Purple Sky sect, but after thinking about it, he felt that it might be a trap. Therefore, he had been hesitating about whether he should personally attack the Purple Sky sect. To be able to kill 2 half-step venerables and 2 6th-grade spirit beasts, there had to be at least a high-level celestial venerables, or several low-level celestial venerables. Although he had the strength of a mid-level celestial venerable, he was not sure that he could kill such a powerful enemy. Instead, he was worried that the Heavy Sword sect had offended some terrible enemy and was being targeted by others. For a moment, he could only bleed in his heart and did not dare to act rashly. Just as Luo Wudi was feeling depressed, an unexpected guest came to the Heavy Sword sect's territory. At first, Luo Wudi thought that it was the powerful enemy that was targeting the Heavy Sword sect. Without another word, he brought his spirit beast protector with him to face the battle. Who knew that when the other party displayed his terrifying strength, Luo Wudi would be defeated without a fight? Luo Wudi thought that disaster had come for the Heavy Sword sect. Unexpectedly, the other party did not kill him and even spoke a few more words with him. Only then did Luo Wudi realize that this was a misunderstanding. The two of them had become friends after a fight, so Luo Wudi invited the person into the Heavy Sword sect as a guest. The powerhouse was a woman, an old woman who had lived for more than 1,000 years. Her surname was Een. Luo Wudi could only respectfully call her big sister Een in front of her. He did not have any of the dignity of the Heavy Sword sect's ancestor. This big sister Een had the terrifying strength of a high-level celestial venerable. She also had a high-level 6th-grade spirit beast. How could he, Luo Wudi, not be respectful? Luo Wudi did not know why this supremacy Een had come to the Heavy Sword sect. He had never heard of such a terrifying person in the Northwest. Could she be an old ghost that had lived in seclusion for hundreds of years? Thus, after some questioning, he found out that she came from the Central Region and was traveling to recruit disciples. Hearing that she came from the Central Region, the holy land of martial arts, Luo Wudi felt much better. At this time, Luo Wudi asked the Heavy Sword sect's current sect master to gather more than 1,000 new disciples to the martial arts field. The martial arts field of the Heavy Sword sect was much more spacious than the martial arts field of the Purple Sky sect. There was a huge stone sword in the middle of the field. 4 large words were carved in the middle of the stone sword, Heavy Sword Wufeng. These words exuded a murderous intent, and there was even a terrifying sword aura that made people not dare to get too close. These words were carved by the founder of the Heavy Sword sect with his heavy sword. He had used the heavy sword to make a name for himself. Because of this, the disciples of the Heavy Sword sect had used the heavy sword to cultivate. This was a rule passed down in the sect. There were more than 1,000 disciples, and all of them were between the ages of 15 to 20. There were both men and women, and all of them were full of vigor. On the high platform, there were more than 10 elders of the Heavy Sword sect. They stood on 2 sides and did not sit down. There were 2 empty seats in the middle. These 2 seats were not reserved for the sect master. Their sect master was already standing next to an empty seat. Then, 2 people walked over from the sky. Everyone in the Heavy Sword sect immediately bowed to greet them. Who else would have the guts to fly on the main peak of the Heavy Sword sect other than their sect master? The other old woman was naturally Supremacy Een from the Central Region. It was just that this woman who was called an old woman did not look as old as her actual age. Logically speaking, an old woman over 1,000 years old should have white hair and a stooped body. However, this old woman looked like she was just over 50 years old. One could still vaguely see the peerless beauty she had when she was in her teens. From this point, it could be seen that Supremacy Een had put in a lot of effort into maintaining her health. Elder Sister Een, please take a seat. An old man with a face full of white hair smiled at the woman who had just entered middle age and called her elder sister. If this was an ordinary occasion, they would have laughed their heads off. However, no one dared to make a sound here. They all had a flattering smile on their faces, without the slightest hint of disrespect. A woman who could be called elder sister by their sect master, they did not even need to think to know what kind of status she had. How could these insignificant people dare to act rashly? Supremacy did not stand on ceremony. She nodded lightly and sat on an empty seat. Only then did Luo Wuди sit down. Then, he said, Elder Sister these are all the elites of our heavy sword sect. Can you see if there are any suitable seedlings? Venerable glanced at him and her face was filled with disdain. This senior cultivates the water attribute. Tell the unsuitable child to step down, Senior said indifferently. Luo Wudi nodded lightly and hinted to the sect master of the heavy sword sect. The sect master understood and immediately told the disciples who did not belong to the water attribute to leave. The remaining 70 to 80 disciples with the water attribute eagerly waited for Supremacy to select them. If they were chosen by a supreme expert, their future would be limitless. Unfortunately, not long after, they were all banished to the cold palace. This was because Supremacy Yin's requirements for disciples were too high. She would not accept disciples who were not pure water attribute. Chapter 474. Luo Wudi originally wanted to curry favor with this powerful woman, but he didn't expect her to make such a request. He thought to himself, a pure water attribute disciple, even if I had one here, it wouldn't be your turn to accept him as a disciple. Any pure attribute disciple was a treasure, and even if he had one, he wouldn't give it away. It was a rare physique, and their heavy sword sect didn't have one. The dead Luo Baishan's Tenbin was outstanding, and he had only used spirit herbs to accumulate more than 93% of the purity of the earth attribute. Although it was only 7 points away from that purity, it was still an insurmountable gap. Luo Wudi had all the disciples withdraw. In any case, he had already given his face, and if he could form a relationship with this woman, it would only be good for their heavy sword sect. Big Sister I'm really sorry. Our place is small, and we don't have many good seedlings. If there are pure water attribute disciples in the future, I'll definitely keep them for you. Back in the pavilion, Luo Wudi said apologetically. Venerable waved her hand and said, this kind of thing depends on fate, not to mention that pure attribute seedlings are not easy to find. There are only a few in the central region, and they are all the treasures of the various families, so I can only go to this kind of remote and desolate place to see if I can find 1 or 2 treasures from some sand. It's a pity that I haven't found 1 or 2 good seedlings after traveling for more than 10 years. Luo Wudi thought to himself, even if there were good seedlings, they would have been hidden away. How could it be your turn to accept disciples? However, he only dared to think about it in his heart, and didn't dare to say it out loud. However, he suddenly had an idea and thought of a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He said faintly, Big Sister I might know a place where you can find the disciple you're looking for, but I'm not sure. Venerable said disapprovingly, where is it? She thought to herself, if you really can find this disciple, I'm afraid you'll take him away first. How could it be my turn? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? There are a total of 36 sects in the northwest, and the Purple Sky sect is ranked 8th among them. They aren't very strong, but in recent years, a genius girl has appeared among them. She's not even 20 years old, but she's already at the mid-stage king rank. I heard that she even has a water attribute physique. I think that her cultivation speed is so fast because she either had some fortuitous encounter or her physique is especially outstanding. Luo Wudi explained. When Venerable heard this, she said indifferently, it's very common for a 20-year-old to reach the mid-stage king stage in the central region. Luo Wudi smiled bitterly and did not reply. He only cursed in his heart, then why don't you look for disciples in the central region? Why do you have to come to such a poor place? Do you really have nothing better to do? However, to have such strength in such a small place like the Northwest is indeed rare. Perhaps it's worth taking a look, said Venerable Ian after a moment of thought. Over the years, she had traveled to many places, only wanting to find a pure water attribute disciple, and did not mind going to the Purple Heaven sect to have a look. In any case, everything could only be left to fate and could not be forced. Just as Luo Wudi was trying to persuade Venerable Ian to hurry to the Purple Heaven sect, the person they were looking for had already quietly arrived at Zhong City. Zhong City, a city directly under the Heavy Sword sect. The prosperity here was comparable to that of Nantian City and Divine Dao City. Many towering jade palaces, many spacious official roads, many bustling shops, and many glorious martial artists formed a lively, bustling scene of a city. Ling Xiao, Yunmingqi, and Cruel Leopard flew at full speed for more than half a month. They passed through the territory of a 9th-rank sect, and after flying over dozens of cities, they finally arrived at their destination. Although Ling Xiao was in a hurry, since he had arrived at a new place, it would be inexcusable if he did not take a good look around and experience the local customs. Walking on the bustling official road, there were a lot of people coming and going. Profound Realm martial artists were practically everywhere, and there were quite a few Profound Realm and Spirit Master martial artists as well. Occasionally, 1 or 2 King Realm martial artists could be seen hurriedly passing by. Ling Xiao could not help but praise Zhong City. It was no wonder it was one of the major cities in the northwest. There was everything here, and as long as you had enough profound crystals, everything could be traded. Ling Xiao looked at the disdainful Cruel Leopard and said, "How is this place compared to the cities in the middle region?" Cruel Leopard quickly squeezed out a respectful smile and said, "Young master, this kind of city is about the same as the most backward city in the middle region." When Ling Xiao heard this, he almost toppled over, but in his heart, he yearned for that kind of prosperous place. Yunmingqi also suggested and smiled, "Let's go to the middle region to play in the future." "We're not just going to play. I'm going to be the king of a mountain. You're going to be my wife, and we're going to recruit some boys. We're going to live the rest of our lives in luxury," Ling Xiao said half-jokingly. When Yunmingqi heard Ling Xiao's words, she smiled sweetly and replied, "Okay, I'll be your wife for the rest of my life." Yunmingqi's beauty, coupled with that smile of hers that could topple cities, caused the people who were staring at her to drool. Their eyes were filled with a strong sense of greed. They glanced at Ling Xiao unkindly and cursed in their hearts, a fresh flower stuck in a big plate of cow dung. If Ling Xiao heard this, he would definitely turn around and teach them a lesson without saying a word. Beautiful women were the source of trouble, this saying was not wrong at all. Especially a woman like Yunmingqi, who was at the sky immortal level, it was even easier for some people with sperm in their brains to commit crimes. Only the people from the Heavy Sword sect would dare to openly cause trouble in Zhong City. Even if others had the heart to do so, they wouldn't have the guts. "Miss, this young man is too polite. I can tell that you're from another place with one look, right?" A rather good-looking red-haired man waved a white paper fan and had a smile on his face that he thought was the most handsome. He stopped Ling Xiao and the others and asked Yunmingqi politely. His eyes didn't hide the intense greed in them. This person was called Situ Nan, the son of Zhong City's Lord Situ Pei. He was 22 years old and a middle-stage spirit master. Tenbin wasn't bad, but his personality was light and flamboyant. He loved to chase after women. He was only 22 years old, but who knew how many romantic debts he had gotten himself into? If it wasn't for the fact that he had the support of an elder grandfather in the sect and the fact that his father, the lord of the city, was there to clean up his mess, he wouldn't know how many times he would have been killed by others. Beside him were a few spirit master to spirit master level slaves. They all had vulgar smiles on their faces. Yunmingqi frowned slightly and hugged Ling Xiao even tighter, as if telling Situ Nan that she already had a man. Unfortunately, Situ Nan didn't care about Ling Xiao at all. Because in his eyes, Ling Xiao was only a high-stage spirit disciple. He could kill him with one finger. This kind of opponent was of a different level. It was hard for him to be interested. "May I ask for your name, miss?" "I'm Zhong City's young Lord Situ Nan. You can call me Brother Nan. If you want to buy any spirit herbs or medicinal pills." I can help you. Situ Nan had a warm smile on his face. He ignored the look of disgust in Yun Mingqi's eyes. Yun Mingqi really wanted to slap him away, but Ling Xiao was beside her. She believed that he would definitely have a better way to get rid of this fly. Yun Mingqi originally thought that Ling Xiao would immediately flip out. Who knew that Ling Xiao would break free from Yun Mingqi's hand and put on a fawning smile? He walked up to Situ Nan and said, "Brother Nan, right? My name is Ling Xiao." Situ Nan didn't expect that before the beauty moved, the man beside her would tactfully come over to fawn over him. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother, your name is not bad. How should I address this miss?" "Her name is Yun Mingqi, she's my fiancée." Ling Xiao revealed a simple and honest smile. "Yun Mingqi, what a good name. I'm lucky enough to meet you. I wonder if you would do me the honor of coming to the tea house in front of us? We can drink tea while we talk about life." Situ Nan didn't even put Ling Xiao in his eyes. Yun Mingqi turned her face away and didn't reply. Ling Xiao continued to smile and said, Sure. Brother Nan is so hospitable. You're my role model. Mingqi, let's go." Situ Nan didn't care about Yun Mingqi's attitude. Instead, he secretly thought, this kind of girl is more exciting. Situ Nan took the lead and brought his followers to the tea house not far away. Ling Xiao gave Yun Mingqi a look, and the two held hands as they followed. The savage leopard naturally followed behind. The tea house was bustling with noise and excitement. However, when Situ Nan walked in, many people quieted down. They all repeatedly greeted Situ Nan with a fawning expression. Those who didn't know Situ Nan would think that he was a very respectable person. However, these people all despised this spoiled brat in their hearts. When they saw Yun Mingqi behind Situ Nan, they all wailed in their hearts, "Ai, another beautiful girl is about to be harmed. Ping Yi is really a beast." When they reached the second floor of the tea house, Situ Nan walked to a table with a very good position and said, "Let's sit here. It's better to chat by the window." One of the followers behind him angrily shouted at the customers who were still sitting at the table, "Are you blind? Can't you see that young Master Situ is sitting here?" The two guests shuddered and quickly jumped up. They apologized to Situ Nan and hurriedly ran down the stairs. The tea house's waiter quickly came over with a flattering smile and invited them to sit. Then, Situ Nan called the waiter to bring a few jugs of wine and had his followers fill the cups. Ling Xiao pretended to be curious and asked, "Brother Nan, aren't we going to drink tea? Why did you order so much wine? Mingqi doesn't know how to drink." When Situ Nan heard this, he laughed, "It's even better if she doesn't know how to drink. This is the rule of our city. When we receive guests from afar, we must drink to show our hospitality," Situ Nan said seriously. Ling Xiao revealed a difficult expression and said, "How about this, I'll drink on behalf of Mingqi. She really can't drink." After saying this, Ling Xiao didn't pick up a cup, but directly grabbed the jug of wine and drank it all down. Situ Nan's eyes flashed with an undetectable fierceness, then he laughed and said, Good brother, you really have a good tolerance for alcohol. Today, let's drink to our heart's content. Waiter, another 10 jugs of burning blade fire." Chapter 475. Situ Nan wanted to take this chance to get Ling Xiao drunk so he could take Yun Mingqi away. However, Ling Xiao was like a wine jar. He drank 5 jugs of wine in a row and didn't show any signs of being drunk. One had to know that this was the strongest liquor in the Great Wall, burning blade liquor. Normally, 1 or 2 jugs would make one drunk. Mystic cultivators could drink 3 or 4 jugs in a row. Only spirit masters could barely handle 10 jugs. Now that Ling Xiao was using the hidden breath technique, he could hide his strength to that of a high-level mystic cultivator. With his strength, he could drink 20 or 30 jugs without a problem. That was why Situ Nan couldn't see through it. After Ling Xiao drank the 6th jug, he looked like he didn't have enough. "I didn't think the wine in the city would be so good." Brother Nan, why aren't you drinking? Situ Nan's expression was a bit stiff. Of course I'm drinking. Then, he raised the cup in front of him and drank it all. Good, good, Brother Nan is really forthright. Waiter, bring another 20 jugs, I want to drink with Brother Nan. Ling Xiao praised. Then he looked at Situ Nan. Brother Nan, you and I are like old friends, let's drink until we're drunk. Situ Nan nodded. Not bad, I didn't think Brother Nan could hold his liquor so well. Of course I'll keep you company. Although he said this, he was cursing in his heart. I don't believe I can't take you down today. After the wine arrived, the two drank 5 jugs in a row. Ling Xiao's face was already red and he stuttered, Come, come. Brother Nan, let's drink to our heart's content. Yun Mingxi tried to persuade him, don't drink anymore, you're going to be drunk. Drunk, what's there to be afraid of? I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. How about we go back to the room and roll in the bed with the madam and release this energy? Then, I'll be fine too. Ling Xiao smiled drunkenly. Situ Nan, who was standing to the side, had already drunk 5 jugs of wine. His stomach was burning, but as soon as he heard the conversation between Yun Mingxi and Ling Xiao, he became excited. Looks like this brat is about to reach his limit. Let's put in a bit more effort and knock him down. Then, the ones rolling on the bed will be me and that naughty girl, Situ Nan thought to himself proudly. He then raised his wine pot to Ling Xiao and said, Come, Brother Xiao, let's continue drinking. Situ Nan thought that Ling Xiao had reached his limit, so he drank another 3 pots of wine with him. However, Ling Xiao still hadn't collapsed. He could still drink. However, just like before, he was already half drunk and half sober, as if he could collapse at any time, but also seemed like he could still drink 1 or 2 jugs. This made Situ Nan, who was standing to the side, extremely depressed. His stomach was extremely bloated right now. 2 more pots would be his limit. At that time, he was afraid that before he could get the other party drunk, he would be drunk first. Nan. Brother Nan, you. Why did you stop? Let's continue drinking. Ling Xiao said in a daze. Situ Nan now suspected that Ling Xiao was pretending to be stupid, but looking at Ling Xiao's red face, he felt that it didn't seem like it. However, he didn't dare to continue drinking with Ling Xiao. He waved to the people behind him and said, You guys come over and drink a few more pots with Brother Xiao. Situ Nan's followers immediately came over. They understood Situ Nan's intentions, so they each ordered a pot of wine and wanted to take turns to get Ling Xiao drunk. However, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and waved to Cruel Leopard, I can't do it anymore. Cruel Leopard, you go up and drink with them. Don't waste Brother Nan's good intentions. Situ Nan didn't say anything to stop him. After all, he had a lot of followers and the other party only had 1. He didn't believe that his followers couldn't drink more than 1 person. This time, Situ Nan was even more wrong. As soon as Cruel Leopard came up, he drank pot after pot with his followers. Soon, he drank more than 10 pots by himself, and his expression didn't change at all. On the other hand, his followers all had bitter expressions on their faces. Ling Xiao seemed to be enjoying himself and said, Brother Nan, your servants can't do it. There are so many of them, but they can't compare to me alone. Situ Nan had always cared about his face. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, he immediately shouted to his followers, Drink for me, drink with all your might. If you can't put him down, then you can all die. When the attendants received the order, they shuddered, but they were also full of energy. Each of them took turns to drink with the savage leopard. The teahouse waiter broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this. He thought to himself, this time, the shopkeeper has lost a lot of money. These are all a bunch of freeloading wolves. Cruel Leopard drank 70 pots of wine in a row, but his expression didn't change. From time to time, he would look at Ling Xiao with a look of asking for a reward. On the other hand, 2 or 3 of Situ Nan's followers had already fainted on the ground and vomited wine. There were still 2 or 3 who could barely stand and continue drinking, but their bodies and minds were starting to lose control. Situ Nan's eyes were wide open. He finally realized that he had met a drinking expert. This time, he really lost face. When Cruel Leopard drank the last 2 or 3 of his followers down, Situ Nan was speechless. "Brother Nan, your people really can't do it. How about? Let's drink some more," Ling Xiao said with a sinister smile. Situ Nan looked at Ling Xiao's playful eyes and finally knew that he had been tricked this time. He slammed the table and stood up. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "We'll drink this wine another day, but Brother Xiao, you have to let your fiancé warm my bed." "Brother Nan, what are you saying? What does drinking have to do with my fiancé?" Ling Xiao pretended to be stupid. Situ Nanin smiled and said, "Don't play dumb with me. I am the young master of Great City. Today, I have taken a fancy to your fiancée and want her to be my maid. What do you think, Brother Xiao?" As he finished speaking, the pressure of a spiritual master pressed down on Ling Xiao. He felt that Ling Xiao was only at the mystic realm. He believed that if he gave him a lesson, he would know what to do. Who knew that his pressure was like soft air and didn't affect Ling Xiao in the slightest? "Brother Nan, are you trying to steal my woman?" Ling Xiao asked in a daze. "Don't make it sound so bad. It's her fortune that I like her. Who in Great City doesn't know how powerful I am?" Situ Nan replied. However, he was confused. Could it be that this brat is hiding his strength? Since Brother Nan has spoken, then I have nothing to say. Brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes. If Brother Nan likes her, then take her, Ling Xiao said righteously. Just as the words left his mouth, Yun Mingqi secretly pinched his waist, causing the flesh on his waist to twist into a ball. It was so painful that he wanted to scream out loud. Situ Nan was happy to hear this. He really thought that Ling Xiao knew about the big picture, or that he knew about his reputation as the young master and would obediently hand over the beauty. "Miss Mingqi, I'll take you to my family's mansion to play. The scenery there is the best and the bed is big and comfortable. I'm sure you'll like it." Situ Nan proudly looked at Yun Mingqi and reached out to pull her up. Yun Mingqi was at the king level, but she didn't release her aura. Situ Nan's cultivation was also low, so he naturally couldn't see the depth of her strength. He only thought she was an ordinary woman, which was why he dared to act so boldly. Just as his hand was about to touch her, Yun Mingqi's delicate hand also reached out. But she didn't put her hand on Situ Nan's. Instead, she grabbed his arm and coldly said, "Filthy dog paw." As she cursed, she used a bit of force. Crack. Ah. The ear-piercing sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Situ Nan's arm had been twisted by Yun Mingqi and he was pushed away, crashing into the chairs and tables. Situ Nan hugged his arm, his face filled with pain. Cold sweat continuously flowed down his forehead. You guys hurry up and get up to face the enemy," Situ Nan yelled at his followers. Unfortunately, his followers were all lying on the ground like drunken pigs, sleeping soundly. They couldn't hear him at all. Ling Xiao laughed as he walked up to Situ Nan and innocently said, "Brother Nan, are you okay? I forgot to tell you, Mingqi is very strong. She didn't hurt you, right?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he forcefully patted Situ Nan's injured arm a few times. Situ Nan let out another shocking scream, "You, get away from me. TSK, what a useless piece of trash. I gave my woman to you, but you can't even take her away. And you still have the nerve to call yourself the young city lord of a great city?" Pfft! Ling Xiao said with disdain and even spat on Situ Nan's face. He actually dared to touch his woman in front of him. Wasn't that just courting death? Break his third leg and write a few words for him. Hang it in the restaurant as a sign of filial piety. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with Situ Nan and said to the savage leopard. Suddenly, Situ Nan gritted his teeth and used his other hand to grab Ling Xiao's neck. It seemed that he still didn't understand that Ling Xiao was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Before he could grab Ling Xiao lifted his leg and kicked him far away. "You overestimate yourself," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The savage leopard immediately went over and broke Situ Nan's third leg. His screams almost spread throughout the entire city. Not long after, Situ Nan was naked and hung outside the tea house. There were even a few words written on his body: "Pervert Situ Nan." When Situ Nan was hung out, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. All of them were pointing and gossiping, and most of them had gloating expressions on their faces. In their hearts, they felt extremely refreshed. Many of them were people from the mayor's mansion. A few Spirit Master level guards came out from the crowd and tried to save Situ Nan. However, before they could even touch anyone, they were shaken to death by a powerful counterforce, vomiting blood. Inside the mayor's mansion, a guard rushed into the house of the city lord in a panic. He continuously cried out, "Not good, mayor, not good, mayor." Situ Pei was inside the room, having the most intense battle with his third concubine. At the most critical moment, he heard his servant cry out in alarm. His body shivered and his lower body leaked out. The third concubine, who wasn't satisfied, twisted her body and said in a coquettish voice, "I'm going to die. Hurry and get hard for me." The pitiful Situ Pei wailed in his heart. His lower body was already so soft that it couldn't get any softer. He was still able to immediately regain his masculinity. He was already very lucky that he didn't shrink in fear. He angrily jumped off the bed and put on some underwear. Outside the room, he didn't say anything and slapped the guard's head to the ground. Chapter 476. Situ Nan was stripped naked and hung above the tea house. The news was like a plague, quickly spreading to every corner of the city. 2/3 of the people in the city had come to watch, and 1/3 of the people hadn't received the news yet. "You pervert Situ, to think that you would have such a day. Ha, the heavens really have eyes. He finally met his match. He deserves to die, and the city will have one less disaster. That's right, he has harmed at least 80 women in the past few years. He has angered the heavens and angered the people. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants just because he is the young master? Shoo, lower your voices. Many guards are coming over. Who dares to hurt my young master like this? Ma Lu, put him down." An old man rushed over with dozens of people. The old man was actually a high-level king stage cultivator, and there were 3 other king stage cultivators behind him, while the rest were all spirit masters. A low-level king stage cultivator heard the old man's call and nodded. His entire body turned into a fiery shadow as he charged towards Situ Nan. The fiery shadow was about to save Situ Nan. Who knew that in the next moment, the fiery shadow would disappear, and Situ Nan would fall from the sky without any warning? The old man furrowed his brows. A mid-level king stage expert behind him shot out and caught the low-level king stage expert. "Elder Zhu, Ma Lu is dead." The middle-level king stage cultivator carried the low-level king stage cultivator back and checked his nostrils, only to find that he was already dead. The old man's expression changed, and he frowned as he shouted, "If you don't want to die, then get out of my way." After he shouted, a powerful aura gathered around him, and waves of spiritual energy gathered around him. The spectators didn't dare to stay, and most of them ran away. Only the rogue cultivators who were at the king stage and above retreated a little further away, still watching the show. A powerful aura formed a strong pressure around them, and a powerful elemental light shot out. If the tea house was touched by it, it would definitely be turned into nothingness. However, everything was beyond his expectations. Just as the attribute light was about a meter away from the tea house, it actually couldn't go any further. The energy seemed to have encountered some invisible chi field. It only shook the tea house a little, but it was actually unable to damage the tea house at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. Now they knew that the person who provoked them in the tea house was definitely a super expert. At the very least, he was an expert at the earthly monarch rank. The old man's face turned the color of a pig's liver, and he no longer dared to act rashly. "Have you informed the city lord?" the old man asked the person beside him. "Yes, they should be here soon," the person beside him replied. Sure enough, at this moment, Situpei, draped in a tiger fur coat, walked over on foot. He was somewhat similar to Situnan. His aura of a high-level king-tier warrior made him look like a tiger. Behind him were a few king stage warriors and a group of spirit master stage warriors. "Greetings, city lord." Everyone in the city lord's mansion bowed and greeted. Situpei didn't pay any attention to them and only coldly looked at his son, who was being hung up. His anger soared to the heavens. Who the fuck dares to harm my son? I'll exterminate his entire family. Hurry up and save Nan, Situpei roared. The old man from earlier whispered to Situpei, "City lord, I think we should invite the old city lord out. There should be an earthly monarch rank expert inside." "What?" Situpei's body trembled, and he asked in disbelief, how could Nan, offend such a person? There were many experts in the heavy sword sect, but they represented the sect and not the city lord's mansion. The strongest person in the city lord's mansion was Situpei's father, Situ Shang, who was a low-level earthly monarch. He was the previous generation's old city lord and an inner elder of the sect. This allowed the Situ family to act like a tyrant in Great City, and no one dared to provoke them. "May I know which lord has come to Great City? If my son has offended you in any way, I, Situpei, am willing to apologize on his behalf." Situpei was also a person who was willing to bow and submit, and he spoke to the tea house in a clear voice. "You can apologize on his behalf. Just kowtow a few times in front of everyone and apologize to my fiancé." A disdainful voice came from within the tea house. Why does this voice sound so young? Situpei thought to himself in confusion. He had originally thought that it would be someone from the older generation. However, he quickly relaxed. That earthly monarch expert should be that young man's elder. Situpei replied with a gloomy expression, "Your request is a bit excessive. I am the grand city lord of a great city. Aside from the elders of my sect, no one else has the qualifications to make me kneel." He paused for a moment before continuing, "If you're tactful, then put my son down so as not to alarm my sect's elders. I'm afraid that at that time, you won't have an easy time either. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Later, I'll invite you to my city lord's mansion to set up a table and I'll personally toast and apologize. How about it?" Within Great City, there weren't many people who could make Situpei lower himself, and he had already lowered himself to a very low position. This could be considered his bottom line. If the other party didn't give him face, then he could only shed all pretense of cordiality. "Are you threatening me?" The voice came out again. "You can think of it that way," Situnan replied. "Good, very good. Catch him and I'll return your son to you," the voice replied. Swish. The sound of wind breaking could be heard as Situnan was put down. Situpei immediately flew over to catch him. Unfortunately, when he hugged his son, he saw that his son's lower body was covered in blood. How ruthless. "After destroying my Situ clan, everyone listen to my orders, attack the tea house with all your strength. Let them die without a burial." Situpei only had this one son, and now that his son's genitals had been crippled, how could he not be angry? All the cultivators of the city lord's mansion received the order, and all of them used their strongest elemental attacks towards the tea house. Rumble. Over 100 spirit masters and nearly 10 king stage cultivators formed a multitude of different colored elemental energies, forming a terrifying attack. With over 100 elemental attacks added together, even an earth monarch stage cultivator would have to bear a grudge. The nearby people hid as far away as they could, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After the smoke dissipated, only a 10-meter wide crater was left in the area around the tea house. The tea house had long since disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that they had controlled the range of their attacks, the destruction would have been even greater. Daring to injure my son, Situpe, shouldn't you know what you're doing? Situpe looked at the crater and saw that not even the dregs of the people inside had been destroyed. City Lord. A high stage king stage cultivator looked in a direction and called out. What? Immediately return to the mansion and treat the young master, Situpe replied and turned to leave. They're not dead yet. They're up there. The old man pointed at the sky in shock. Situpe was startled and immediately looked up. His expression changed. Ling Xiao, Yunmingqi, and Savage Leopard were completely fine, and they had disdainful smiles on their faces. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. Ling Xiao laughed and then said to Yunmingqi, Mingqi, let's go down and warm up. Let's see who has more small fries. Sure, let me consolidate my strength, Yunmingqi replied, and a 5th-rank water element sword appeared in her hand. This sword was no longer the original soft-tide sword. Ling Xiao had collected quite a few, and since Yunmingqi was his woman, he naturally wouldn't mistreat her. Yunmingqi took the lead and charged towards the people from the city lord's mansion. Ling Xiao wasn't in a rush. He wanted to give Yunmingqi a bit more battle experience so that she wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the future. What a beautiful woman. No wonder even Nan fell for her. I'll capture her and make her my 4th concubine. She'll also give birth to a son for me. Situpe and his son were the same kind of trash. As soon as he saw Yunmingqi's face, he immediately had other thoughts. He threw his son towards the people beside him, and a fiery spear appeared in his hand. He charged towards Yunmingqi. I'll capture you alive and make you my son's wife. Situpe roared, the spear in his hand stabbing out countless spear shadows. The flames quickly formed a prairie fire that engulfed Yunmingqi. Yunmingqi wasn't afraid, and the sword in her hand released countless splashes of water that extinguished the flames. The two of them began to fight. Several king stage experts from the city lord's mansion flew out at the same time, pouncing towards Ling Xiao and the savage leopard. You're overestimating yourself. Ling Xiao hadn't even made a move, but the savage leopard had. With him at the center, a sea of blood condensed, as if there were countless ghosts and vengeful spirits struggling and crying. Seeing this scene, it was like going to hell, making people feel endless fear. The king stage experts that fell into the savage leopard's small world were surrounded by countless ghosts and vengeful spirits. They were quickly squeezed into a pool of blood and disappeared from the world. When the spirit masters from the city lord's mansion saw this scene, not a single one of them didn't feel fear. They had seen quite a few vicious people, but this was the first time they had seen such a cruel and disgusting killing god. They could only feel their internal organs churning, and they vomited out everything they had eaten today. Seriously, why are you stealing my small fish? Ling Xiao said, a bit bored. At the same time, it was the first time he had seen the savage leopard's small world. This was very similar to his bloodthirsty personality. No wonder he was called the Demon Emperor before. His small world was like purgatory, making people feel extremely horrified. The savage leopard revealed a fawning smile and said, Young master, these small fish don't need to dirty your hands. It's fine as long as I'm here. After he finished speaking, he looked down at the city lord martial artists below. Those martial artists shivered, and one of them couldn't bear the pressure from the savage leopard and shouted, He's a demon, run. After shouting, he immediately turned and ran. With someone taking the lead, the others didn't dare to stay, and they all ran away without a trace. On the other side, Situpe also felt the powerful pressure released by the savage leopard, and was slashed by Yunmingqi's sword. He screamed, and didn't dare to continue fighting, so he turned and ran. Where do you think you're going? Yunmingqi chased after him. Ling Xiao and the savage leopard didn't stop her, and they followed from behind. Situpe returned to the sky above the city lord's mansion and hurriedly shouted, Father, save me. His voice reverberated throughout the city lord's mansion. Soon after, an old voice rang out, Who dares to hurt my son? Chapter 477. Situ Shang was already 250 years old. However, reaching the Earth's sovereign realm at such a young age wasn't considered weak in the northwestern Tenbin region. When he was young, he and his son and grandson were the same kind of people, falling in love with all kinds of women. He only stopped when he was over 100 years old and had Situ Pei with his current wife. Situ Pei also only had Situ Nan when he was 70 or 80 years old. 3 generations of single sons, the age gap was very large. It wasn't easy to have children at such an old age, so Situ Shang doted on both his son and grandson. When he heard his sons cry for help, he immediately rushed out of seclusion. Yun Mingqi knew that the person in front of her was an expert and didn't dare to challenge him. Instead, she retreated to Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard's side. Pei, are you alright? Situ Shang asked Situ Pei with a frown. His heart ached when he saw his son's blood-stained body. Situ Nan sorrowfully said, "Father, I'm fine. It's just that. Nan, he was killed by them." What? Situ Shang roared and then shifted his gaze to Ling Xiao's group. "Damned bastards, how dare they kill off the descendants of my Situ clan? I'll make sure you all die a horrible death. Old man, you're just a low-level Earth sovereign and yet you dare to be so arrogant. If it wasn't for your grandson flirting with my fiancée, I wouldn't be so ruthless, right?" He asked for it. Ling Xiao stood in front of Yun Mingqi and cursed. At the same time, he sent a transmission to Savage Leopard, telling him not to attack. He had always adhered to the principle of using battle to nurture battle. It wasn't difficult for him to kill Situ Shang, but if he really wanted to fight, he would have to pay a price. He was prepared to fight Situ Shang as a warm-up before he killed his way to the heavy sword gate. "Brat, watch me dismember your corpse." Situ Shang cursed, and a ball of fire instantly shot into the sky. He pointed his finger, and spiritual energy condensed into several flaming spears that shot towards Ling Xiao. "Xiao, watch out." Yun Mingqi couldn't help but cry out. Although she believed in Ling Xiao's strength, she couldn't help but worry in her heart. This was probably because she loved him too deeply. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would suffer even the slightest bit of pain. "A person of this level isn't worthy of me being careful," Ling Xiao said confidently. His body was gradually covered in a thick layer of golden scales, and 2 balls of blue flames appeared in his hands. Just as the flaming spear shadow was about to reach him, he raised both of his palms, and countless blue palm shadows greeted it. The fire shadow spear and the blue palm shadow clashed, causing beautiful sparks to bloom in the air. The formation of the fire shadow spear was much denser than the palm shadows. Many of them broke through the palm shadows and stabbed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body was pierced by the shadow fire spear. Just as Situ Shang was feeling pleased with himself, he felt a gust of wind at the back of his head. Without a second thought, he turned around and threw a punch at him. Ling Xiao hadn't expected Situ Shang to react so quickly, so he had no choice but to meet his opponent head-on. Bang bang. The two quickly separated. Situ Shang had only taken 2 steps back, but Ling Xiao had been pushed back several meters. The difference in strength between the two was obvious at a glance. However, Situ Shang was inwardly shocked. "You're only a mid-stage king, but you're actually able to take my attack head-on without getting injured?" Ling Xiao's perlicue was a little numb, but his battle intent had grown even stronger. The image of a golden dragon soared into the sky, its roar echoing endlessly. His battle intent surged, and his blood began to boil even faster. His strength was rising steadily. It wasn't an increase in his cultivation, but the powerful energy he was emitting had surpassed the strength of a king, and he was now comparable to a low-stage Earth Emperor. This was the abnormal battle intent brought about by the ancient emperor's divine art, and it was the best state for battle. Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 elements, and his battle prowess was several times stronger than an ordinary mid-stage king. Now that he had the powerful battle intent of the ancient emperor's divine art, he was even more powerful. Situ Shang, who wasn't far away, was astonished. He actually had the urge to bow down and worship Ling Xiao. What kind of technique is this?" It can actually produce such a phenomenon. Situ Shang muttered, restraining his impulse. Sensing Ling Zhao's strength, Situ Pei cried out in shock, "Father, hurry up and get rid of him." In fact, there was no need for Situ Pei to urge him. A fiery spear had already appeared in Situ Shang's hand, and he stabbed it towards Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao didn't plan to use his weapon to fight Situ Shang head-on. Instead, he used a 5th-grade sword to fight Situ Shang. Ling Xiao only wanted to test if he could suppress a low-stage Earth Emperor with his strength alone. Otherwise, he could have used heavenly fire or mental energy to kill Situ Shang in a miraculous manner. The earth-shattering battle collided in the City Lord's mansion, creating a powerful blaze. Everyone in the City Lord's mansion was scared out of their wits. The more Situ Nan watched, the more shocked he became. The young man in front of him was only in his early 20s, but he was actually able to fight on par with his father. Moreover, he was only at the middle stage of the king's stage. This was simply too inconceivable. Yun Mingqi, who was not far away, cast an infatuated look at Ling Xiao. Back then, the profound realm expert that they could bully at will had already thrown them far behind him. She didn't feel unhappy at all. Instead, she felt proud and happy for him. This was the man she had her eyes on, a super outstanding man. Savage Leopard took the opportunity to respectfully say to Yun Mingqi, "Young mistress, young master is really amazing." When Yun Mingqi heard the words young mistress, her face turned red and she said in a tender voice, "Who's your young mistress?" Seriously. Although she said this, she liked Savage Leopard calling her that in her heart. Although Savage Leopard wasn't a romantic person, he had thousands of years of life experience, so he could naturally tell that Yun Mingqi wasn't speaking the truth. Thus, he changed his tone and said, yes, Savage Leopard misspoke. He should have called you young mistress." Savage Leopard, the Devil Emperor who had once dominated an area, was tempted by Ling Zhao's saber technique to the point of throwing caution to the wind. These days, he had been trying to curry favor with Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had always ignored him. Thus, he turned to curry favor with Yun Mingqi. After all, Yun Mingqi was his young master's favorite. If he could win Yun Mingqi's favor, maybe his young master would be happy, recover his spirit, and reward him with a move. Not far away, the two had already fought for no less than 500 rounds. The more Ling Xiao fought, the more valiant he became, and the 3 tyrant styles were being displayed to the fullest by him. Situ Shang, on the other hand, became more and more shocked. He never thought that a middle-stage king stage expert could fight with him for so long, and he didn't even seem to feel tired. He was like an invincible war god. "I can't go on like this." Situ Shang knew that if this continued, he would definitely be exhausted to death. He shook off Ling Xiao, and then quickly pulled away from Ling Xiao. The spear in his hand turned into a wheel of wind and fire spiritual energy continuously surged over. "Are you going to fight with your life on the line?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and also began to gather energy. With him as the center, the fire spiritual energy also surged over like swallows returning to their nest. After a while, 2 intense seas of fire formed in the air. The people from the City Lord's mansion couldn't stand the frighteningly high temperature, and began to scatter in all directions. Invincible Wheel of Fire. Situ Shang was the first to attack, and his spear shot out a huge wheel of fire. The wheel of fire was as tall as a mountain, and its power was definitely frighteningly strong. Ling Xiao also attacked. Limitless Cloud Tyrant. Ling Xiao used all of his spiritual energy, and used the ultimate move of the Tyrant style. This move was a combination of the first 3 moves of the Tyrant style, Sword Mark, Sword Cloud, and Sword Meteor. It combined the essence of the first 3 moves, and evolved into an endless realm outside of the Sword Dao, which was called Limitless. Ling Xiao had once watched Long Taojiang in the Dragon Pavilion of the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and was fortunate enough to enter the realm of oneness of heaven and man. Now, he could use this domineering move with the help of his comprehension at that time. Countless sword energy crisscrossed, like overbearing sword marks, like flowing clouds, or like fast meteors. This move shocked the world and made the gods weep. Even Cruel Leopard, who was not far away, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful sword move." This time, he wasn't being respectful, but truly felt it from the bottom of his heart. The fire sword energy collided with the wheel of fire. Countless red sparks flew in all directions. The houses below were quickly ignited, forming a thick sea of fire. The low-level martial artists who didn't have time to dodge were splashed by the sparks, and immediately died. In the end, the fire elemental's sword aura still managed to break the huge wheel of fire. Specks of sharp sword aura swept toward Situ Shang. Situ Shang was shocked and wanted to retreat, but unfortunately, he had consumed too much spiritual energy, and his reaction was too slow. The sword energy came too fast, and in the end, his body was torn apart. Pft pft. Situ Shang's body was wounded in many places, and blood flowed out wildly. He exhausted the last bit of his spiritual energy to escape the fate of being killed by the sword energy. He fled to his son Situ Pei's side, grabbed his son's hand, and ran. "You want to leave? Don't even think about it." Cruel Leopard instantly locked onto the two of them, making them unable to move. Situ Shang was shocked, and cold sweat immediately appeared on his face. He exclaimed in a low voice, "What a powerful aura. Could it be a high-level Earth Emperor?" Ling Xiao walked over, and although his face was a bit pale, his surging battle intent hadn't diminished. Situ Shang's expression was unsightly as he said, "Do you really want to kill me? I'm an elder of the Heavy Sword sect. If you kill me, my sect will chase you to the ends of the earth to kill you." "Huh, of course I know you're from the Heavy Sword sect," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "That's good. As long as you let us go, we'll let bygones be bygones. How about it?" Situ Shang let out a light sigh. He thought that the other party wouldn't dare kill them on account of their sect. Let bygones be bygones? I'm the one who broke your grandson's third leg. Ling Xiao retracted his aura and smiled. Then he can only blame himself for being blind and offending you. His death won't be regretted. For the sake of survival, Situ Shang could even disregard his crippled grandson, not to mention that he was already dead. Huh, that seems to make some sense. Ling Xiao laughed, but in his heart, he was disgusted by Situ Shang's cold and emotionless methods. "But I still can't let you go," Ling Xiao said. "Why? We don't have any deep enmity. Aren't you afraid that my sect will hunt you down?" Situ Shang shouted. "It seems that you still don't understand the situation. I'm just about to kill my way into your sect." Ling Xiao wiped his sharp eyes. At the same time, two blue flames shot out from his hands towards the father and son duo. They had been locked onto by the aura of Cruel Leopard and had no way of dodging. The result was obvious. Chapter 478. The Heavy Sword School wasn't too far from the great city. The experts of the Heavy Sword School had naturally sensed the fierce battle that had taken place there. The Heavy Sword School's sect master, Luo Chaoquan, and a group of elders had gathered together. Luo Chaoquan was already a low-level Earth Emperor. Among the elders, 2 were low-level Earth Emperors, and 6 were high-level King Realm experts. The current generation of elders was much stronger than the second-generation elders of the 8th grade sects. They were almost as strong as the previous generation elders of the 8th grade sects. There was only one difference between the 7th and 8th grade sects, but the difference in strength was huge. Luo Chaoquan narrowed his eyes and shouted from his seat, "Who is so bold as to cause trouble in the great city?" Both of his sons had died prematurely in the past year, which was a great blow to his spirit. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant, and his temper had become even more fiery. A low-level Earth Emperor replied, "Such a powerful aura, one should be Junior Situ, and the other is unfamiliar. It should be an outsider. It's hard to determine his strength from the intensity of his aura. He doesn't seem to be an Earth Emperor, but he has the energy of an Earth Emperor. It's a little strange." Another low-level Earth Emperor nodded and replied, indeed, but I clearly felt a very strong aura flash by just now. Could it be that someone really wants to bully us? No matter who it is, if they dare to cause trouble in the great city, then they can die, Luo Chaoquan said coldly. Following that, he said, Second Elder, Fourth Elder. The few of you go and support Fifth Elder. Kill Wu Hao. Yes, Sect Master. The elders who had been called out responded and flew out of the heavy sword school to the great city lord's mansion. Not long after the elders of the heavy sword school left, Luo Wudi and Venerable Yin arrived in the conference hall. Greetings, Ancestor, Lady Yin, the remaining people in the hall respectfully greeted the newcomers. Luo Wudi nodded and then asked Luo Chaoquan, did you send someone out just now? Yes, Ancestor. There should be some people causing trouble in Zhong City. I've sent second brother and fifth brother over. They should be able to resolve it, replied Luo Chaoquan. Big Sister Yin, it looks like I'll have to wait a day before I can accompany you to the Purple Sky Sect. I have to rush over to see if there really are any powerful enemies. Luo Wudi ignored Luo Chaoquan and spoke to Yin Zun. It's fine. Since we have nothing better to do anyway, why don't I go with you to take a look? That person is probably only at a low level, so it won't take long, Venerable Yin replied. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Luo Chao asked in confusion, Ancestor, the other party's strength is only at the low-level Earth Sovereign realm. How can they invite the two of you? Aren't you giving them too much face? Luo Wudi turned around and scolded, if it was a low-level Earth Sovereign, do you think we would go personally? Brainless guy. With that, he ignored Luo Chaoquan, who had an unnatural expression on his face, and flew towards the city with Reverend Yin. Luo Chaoquan thought to himself, could it be that another celestial venerable has descended? Damn, are there really so many celestial venerables in this world? After Ling Xiao, Yun Mingqi, and Savage Leopard dealt with Situ Shang, they were not in a hurry to leave. They had already sensed a strong aura from the Chongjian sect and rushed over. This was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted. He took the opportunity to recover his spiritual energy. Later, he would be able to kill the people from the Chongjian sect in batches, saving him a lot of trouble. Ling Zhao's ancient emperor divine technique had not improved, but he had already undergone the baptism of the dragon blood. His divine technique had been restored, and his power had increased by several times. His recovery speed was also much more abnormal than before. Moreover, he had the 30% returning qi. With both of them working together, he could quickly replenish the spiritual energy he had consumed. When the people from the Chongjian sect arrived, Ling Zhao's spiritual energy had recovered to the 10th level. Second senior brother, junior brother Situ's aura has disappeared, one of the low-level Earth sovereigns said to the other when the people from the Chongjian sect arrived above the city lord's mansion. The group of people looked at the flames below the city lord's mansion, and all of their expressions became solemn. The second elder of the Chongjian sect replied, put out the fire first, in case it spreads further. As soon as he finished speaking, two water attribute elders behind him condensed water attribute spiritual qi and blasted it towards the burning houses. Second senior brother, they're over there. The elder who had just spoken pointed in a direction. I know. You guys are bold enough to commit murder and arson without running away. Come, let's go and let them know that this is our heavy sword sect's territory. Only death awaits them if they dare to cause trouble here. The second elder's eyes shone with a ferocious light as he rushed towards Ling Zhao's group. The elder quickly warned, second senior brother, don't be careless. The other party was able to kill junior brother Situ, so their strength must be extraordinary. We should be careful. Don't worry. One is a high-level king, one is a mid-level king, and the other is likely to have fought with junior brother Situ. Both sides were injured, so it's not worth mentioning, the second elder replied confidently. When the group arrived at the front, Ling Xiao and the other two were already waiting for them. The people from the Chongjian sect looked at the smiling young man and were somewhat astonished. Are they sick? They actually didn't escape. They all thought to themselves. After all, the strength of Ling Zhao's group was far inferior to theirs. But the other party hadn't escaped, and was instead laughing. This made them feel very puzzled. "Did you kill my junior brother Situ?" The second elder coldly asked, and the aura of an earthly emperor pressed down on Ling Zhao's group. "Savage leopard, protect my wife. I'll kill to my heart's content." Ling Zhao smiled excitedly and shouted. Golden light began to flash, and he was like a dragon soaring into the sky. He took the lead and rushed toward the second elder of the heavy sword school. This time, he didn't plan on playing around. He had to kill these people as quickly as possible. That was because the big shots from the Chongjian sect were about to arrive. He had to deal with these small fries first before he could properly deal with the final battle. Overconfident little bastard. The second elder of the Chongjian sect was full of disdain when he saw that Ling Zhao was only a mid-stage king stage cultivator, and yet he dared to challenge him. Then he circulated his qi and struck out with 50% of his strength. He felt that it was really meaningless to deal with such a small fry. Ling Zhao's eyes were also filled with disdain as he looked at the palm. He made a shocking move. He actually threw away the ice and fire sword in his hand, condensed a golden fist, and punched out. Rumble. Ling Zhao broke the palm's shadow with a single punch. The second elder of the Chongjian sect was surprised. You have some ability. Old man, you can't do it." After breaking the palm's shadow, Ling Zhao didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he pointed his middle finger at the second elder and spoke with disdain. The second elder was instantly enraged. He had never been provoked like this before. Even an opponent at the same level wouldn't dare to look down on him like this. How could a mere king stage cultivator be so arrogant? "Little bastard, if you want to die early, I will fulfill your wish." The second elder was furious. He roared and struck out with another palm shadow. This palm shadow was 2 or 3 times more powerful than the previous one, and it pressed down on Ling Zhao like a huge wall. This time, Ling Zhao didn't choose to meet force with force. He decisively fled. "Little bastard, aren't you very powerful? Let's see how you can escape." The second elder sneered and tried to imprison Ling Zhao with the pressure of an earthly sovereign. Ling Zhao wiped away an imperceptible sneer, and his body stopped moving. It seemed that he had really been imprisoned. The huge palm shadow directly collided with him. Seeing that Ling Zhao was about to be killed by the palm, the second elder's face was full of disdain. He didn't know that at this moment, a sword shadow was flying toward him at an extremely fast speed. The sword shadow was like a shooting star, as fast as lightning, and as powerful as thunder. The second elder's attention was completely focused on the front. He wanted to see Ling Zhao being smashed into pieces, and the other 2 being besieged and killed by his companions. All the opponents were within his field of vision, and he didn't think that someone would sneak up on him. An ordinary sneak attacker could capture the opponent's aura, and thus make the fastest defense. Unfortunately, the sneak attacker wasn't a person, but a sword that had been thrown away. The sword had no aura, only sharp killing intent. When the second elder sensed the warning signs, he didn't hesitate to turn around and strike out with his palm. However, the ice and fire sword was an advanced 7th stage spiritual weapon, which was infinitely close to a sage weapon. The ice and fire sword directly pierced through the second elder's palm, and then through his chest. The second elder stared at the bloodstains on his chest, and murmured, This can't." Before he could finish his words, he fell heavily from the sky. Without his control, the giant palm he had struck out also disappeared. "You really can't do it." Ling Zhao looked at the falling second elder and said disdainfully. Then, he turned his gaze to Yunmingqi. He saw that she was fighting with a high-rank king stage cultivator, and the 2 of them were locked in a fierce battle. However, Ling Zhao could see that Yunmingqi was at a disadvantage, and could be injured at any time. If it was him, he would have 8 ways to kill that high-rank king stage cultivator. "It seems that I have to teach her a good lesson," Ling Zhao murmured. On the other side, Cruel Leopard had taken several elders of the Heavy Sword sect into his small square world, and was brutally killing them. At this time, Ling Xiao sensed two powerful energies rushing over at full speed, and should arrive in 2 or 3 breaths. Cruel Leopard, quickly finish dealing with them, the main character is coming. Ling Xiao shouted, and then he fully activated the wind attribute, arrived next to the person fighting Yun Mingqi, and raised his sword. That high-rank king stage cultivator was instantly cut in half. Cruel Leopard didn't say anything, and killed everyone in the purgatory of the small square world. Only the blood dripped to the ground like rain. Damn juniors, how dare you kill my Heavy Sword sect's people? Luo Wudi and Yin Zun finally arrived. Luo Wudi glared at Ling Xiao's group with a face full of anger. He was still a step too late. He didn't think that the other party would kill all the juniors of his sect so quickly. Right now, his heart was bleeding. Their Heavy Sword sect had been established in the northwest for many years, and their foundation was growing day by day. There was a high chance that they would one day surpass the Charm sect, and catch up to the Light Star Hall. However, recently, they had continuously lost experts of their sect, and as an ancestor, he felt extremely sullen. Today, no matter what, he must sacrifice the blood of these 3 people to the souls of their Heavy Sword sect. Chapter 479. Ever since the founding of the Heavy Sword sect, their first-generation Empyrean patriarch had established their reputation as a major sect in the northwest. Other than the slight friction with the Light Star Hall and the Charm sect, almost no one dared to provoke their dignity. Those who had offended their Heavy Sword sect had basically all gone to hell. It was also because of the Heavy Sword sect's influence that the people in their sect were all extremely arrogant, despotic, and extremely arrogant. Of the 3 great 7th-rank sects, only their Heavy Sword sect was too arrogant. The number 1 sect, the Light Star Hall, had always been the most mysterious, and the Charm sect had always only recruited female disciples. Now that thousands of years had passed, their Heavy Sword sect had finally provoked trouble that they shouldn't have. Luo Wudi might not be invincible, but in the northwest, he believed that even the old fogies of the Light Star Hall and the Charm sect might not be able to defeat him. Therefore, he could be considered one of the top few people in the northwest. In his eyes, Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi were just ants. Only the Savage Leopard was worthy of his attention. If it was a young peak low-level Empyrean, this was simply unbelievable. Even Venerable Yin, who was at the side, found it hard to believe. They were all consoling themselves, thinking, maybe this guy took some rare treasure that could rejuvenate his youth, which is why he became like this. There were all sorts of strange things on the continent, and there were still rare treasures that could rejuvenate people. In many of the great powers of the central region, there were some old monsters that were over 1,000 years old, but they had the faces of young people. Most of these people had consumed rare treasures that could rejuvenate one's youth. Therefore, they were also wondering if the Savage Leopard was this kind of person. However, none of this mattered anymore. Although the Savage Leopard was a peak low-level Empyrean, it was not much of a threat in Luo Wudi's eyes. He had just advanced to the middle stage of the Empyrean realm, so he knew that the difference in strength between each stage was an insurmountable chasm. It was simply a fantasy for the other party to want to kill someone of a higher level. Young master, one of them is a middle-stage Empyrean, and the other is a high-stage Empyrean. The Savage Leopard used its powerful perception to immediately determine the true level of the 2 Empyreans in front of it. When Ling Xiao heard this, his body trembled, and his face revealed a serious expression. Before he left, he had already understood the rough division of the sect's resources. An 8th-grade sect must have at least 5 earthly sovereign stage cultivators and 20 monarch stage cultivators. Moreover, the sect must have at least 5,000 members to be considered an 8th-grade sect. As for a 7th-grade sect, it must have at least 1 heavenly venerable stage cultivator, 10 earthly sovereign stage cultivators, 50 monarch stage cultivators, and at least 10,000 members. Ling Xiao had previously killed 2 half-venerable realm experts from the Heavy Sword sect. He felt that the Heavy Sword sect should have at least 2 Empyrean realm experts. However, in his mind, there were only 2 low-level heavenly venerables, or a mid-level heavenly venerate and a low-level heavenly venerate. However, the 2 people in front of him had exceeded his expectations. He had guessed correctly that there were 2 Empyreans. However, of the 2 Empyreans in front of him, one was a mid-level Empyrean and the other was a high-level Empyrean. This was far from what he had expected. Although the savage leopard beside him was an Empyrean, it was already pretty good that it could barely hold back a mid-level Empyrean. As for his blue flood dragon, it was comparable to a high-level Empyrean and could fight against a high-level Empyrean. But in such a situation, what right did he have to kill his way into the heavy sword sect? For a moment, Ling Xiao didn't know what to do. Do you want to commit suicide or do you want me to do it? Luo Wudi clenched his fists. In his eyes, the 3 people in front of him were already dead. Young master, do you want to do it? That person is just a newly advanced mid-level Empyrean. If I really go all out, I can kill him, but I might have to pay a high price. The savage leopard transmitted to Ling Xiao. I'll use the little dragon to hold off that high-level Empyrean. You and I will work together to kill that mid-level Empyrean. Ling Xiao made his decision. Since the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, he could only adapt. Meng Qi, take care of yourself. Little dragon, come out for me. Ling Xiao reminded Yun Mengqi and immediately summoned the blue flood dragon. You don't know what's good for you, and you still dare to struggle pointlessly? Luo Wudi coldly said. With him at the center, the illusion of a stone mountain appeared. The stone pillars were as sharp as swords, forming a small world. Wait, that's a rank 6 flood dragon. Venerable Yin immediately called out when she saw that Luo Wudi was about to attack. Luo Wudi looked at the blue flood dragon and his pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. There's actually such a high-level protective spirit beast. No wonder you're so arrogant. First ask clearly before you act. If you provoke someone you shouldn't provoke, your sect will come to an end, Venerable Yin reminded. Reverend Yin had come from the middle region and had seen many things. Only the younger generation of some large sects and forces could possess such powerful protective spiritual beasts. Moreover, this pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl even had a Sky Honorable rank servant by their side. She wondered if the 3 people in front of her had come from the middle region just like her. After being reminded by Venerable Yin, Luo Wudi restrained his anger and asked faintly, Who exactly are you people? Why did you kill my heavy sword sect's disciples? In the northwest, only the Radiant Star Hall and the Charmed sect had Empyreans. He knew those 2 old farts. This young Empyrean in front of him couldn't possibly be them. Thus, he had the same suspicions as Venerable Yin. Could it be someone from the central region? Ling Xiao smiled arrogantly. He didn't answer and instead asked, You're that old fart from the heavy sword sect? The arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and he had no choice but to release it. You're courting death. How could Luo Wudi swallow this insult when a junior called him that? He had been famous in the northwest for hundreds of years. Even the other 2 old farts wouldn't dare to be so rude to him. Just as Luo Wudi was about to attack, Venerable Yin blocked his way. She glanced at Ling Xiao and then at Yun Mingqi. I'm from the Dark Water sect. Where are you from? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Dark Water sect? I've never heard of it. Grandma, since you're not with him, then move aside. We're just looking for trouble. Grandma? Venerable Yin's gaze turned cold when she heard Ling Xiao call her grandma. However, she didn't act out and asked, You really don't know of the Dark Water sect's existence? Yang Water sect and Black Water sect. I've heard of them but not the Dark Water sect. Ling Xiao replied. Brat, didn't your family tell you that a loose tongue can cause trouble? Venerable Yin's expression turned cold when she saw how crafty Ling Xiao's words were. So what? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Ling Xiao lazily said. He patted the blue flood dragon's head and said, Little dragon, savage leopard, come out. Ling Xiao didn't plan on using tiger skin. Taking advantage of the moment when the other side relaxed, he immediately shouted. The blue flood dragon's roar filled the air as Savage Leopard approached Luo Wudi with ghostly steps. Venerable Een and Luo Wudi didn't think that this brat in front of them didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. They were both famous figures for many years, and their reactions were faster than ordinary people. In an instant, they released their small world. Ling Xiao jumped down from the blue flood dragon and pulled Yun Mingqi far away. He looked like a coward who was pretending to be a hero. It was extremely comical. Yun Mingqi had thought that Ling Xiao would fight like before. She hadn't expected him to run away. She was extremely unhappy. Xiao, how can we just ignore them and run away? Yun Mingqi didn't understand. We're not running away. We're just trying to mislead them, said Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi moved far away before stopping. Not far away in the sky, terrifying sounds of battle could be heard. The powerful shockwaves from the battle seemed to want to shake a part of the world. Everyone in the city was in danger, afraid of being affected by the shockwaves. All right, Mingqi, take care of yourself. Once we kill those two old fellows, I'll come back to find you, said Ling Xiao. Xiao, you really want to go back? Asked Yun Mingqi worriedly. Just now, she had almost misunderstood that Ling Xiao was running away. Now that she heard Ling Xiao was going back, she was extremely worried. It had to be known that this was a battle between Empyreans. Even Earth's sovereigns didn't dare get close. If they were affected, they would lose their lives. Of course I'm going back. Your husband is an indomitable and heroic man. If I say I'm going to destroy the Chong Sword School, then I will. No one can stop me. Ling Xiao said arrogantly, and then he flew back to where he came from. Yun Mingqi stared at the figure that was as agile as a leopard, her heart filled with a deep sense of pride. Xiao, you have to live. Otherwise, I'll definitely go with you, said Yun Mingqi resolutely. Ling Xiao quickly arrived below the battle between the blue flood dragon and Venerable Een. He found that Venerable Een wasn't at a disadvantage against the blue flood dragon. She was at least at the peak of the Exalt realm. He then turned his attention to the battle between Savage Leopard and Luo Wudi. Savage Leopard could actually fight to a draw with Luo Wudi. His Blood Sea Purgatory world gave Luo Wudi goosebumps. If not for the fact that he had just become a mid-level heavenly venerate and his small universe had been strengthened, he would have been swallowed by that terrifying blood sea. Originally, Savage Leopard wouldn't have been in too much danger. Even if it couldn't win, it could still escape. But after Luo Wudi summoned his spirit beast, Savage Leopard's situation turned for the worse. Luo Wudi's spirit beast was the same as Luo Baishan's spirit beast that Ling Xiao had killed. It was a yellow dipper lion. But this yellow dipper lion was much fiercer than the previous one, and its physique was much more majestic. Is it a male and a female? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. In fact, Ling Xiao's guess was correct. The previous yellow dipper lion was indeed a male and a female. Both had been subdued by Luo Wudi when he was young. Later, he gave the female yellow dipper lion to his descendant, Luo Batian. Ling Xiao didn't have time to study the gender of the yellow dipper lion. He sat down cross-legged and began to gather the mental force in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 480. Ling Xiao's spiritual sea had already liquefied, and the condensed spiritual force had formed a small pool of milky white liquid, shining brightly, vast and pure. Usually, when he was free, apart from cultivating, he would spend most of his time practicing the soul-controlling spell and accumulating spiritual liquid. It could be said that he had already mastered the first stage of the soul-controlling spell. The battle of the venerable level did not allow others to easily participate, and Ling Xiao did not have the qualifications to force himself to participate. He was only at the mid-stage king level. Even if his combat strength was comparable to a low-stage Earth Emperor, in front of a heavenly venerable, he was just an ant. Once he was affected by a heavenly venerable's small square world, even the defense of the ancient Emperor divine technique would not be able to protect his life. In the face of absolute power, all external things were useless. Ling Xiao was not arrogant enough to say that he could fight against a heavenly venerable. Now that the situation was urgent, he had to kill Luo Wudi. Anyone who reached the Earth Emperor level would have their soul power greatly increased, and their soul would develop a certain level of defense. Then when they reached the heavenly venerable level, their soul power would be even more extraordinary. When Ling Xiao had killed the peak Earth Emperor powerhouse in the Purple Sky sect, he had only been able to stun him for a moment by using his spiritual force attack. But to deal with the current mid-level Empyrean, he had to use his full spiritual force. As the spiritual force condensed, Ling Xiao's expression became increasingly pale, and his forehead was covered with layers of sweat. Up in the sky, Savage Leopard had already taken out the blood-devouring demon saber. This saber that he had followed all his life had formed a flesh and blood relationship with him. When he advanced to the heavenly venerable level, the demonic saber had also advanced to become a low-level spiritual weapon. In the sea of blood, he was like a Yama king who controlled life and death, waving the demonic saber and smashing the stone swords that came charging at him. However, he could deal with Luo Wudi's stone sword attack, but he could not withstand the terrifying lion roar of the astral yellow lion, which shook him until blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. "Humph, you dare to offend my heavy sword sect? Today will be the day you die." Luo Wudi snorted proudly, but in his heart, he was glad that Venerable Yin was on his side. Otherwise, they would not be able to handle that high-stage 6th-stage flood dragon. Luo Wudi was full of energy. The stone sword above his small universe kept stabbing out, stirring up the sea of blood on the other side. The astral yellow lion seemed to be cheering for Luo Wudi from the side. Waves of sound waves roared at the savage leopard. Savage Leopard's face looked extremely sinister and frightening, but his fighting spirit did not diminish in the slightest. He laughed wildly and said, "With just your little strength, you want to take my life? It's still too early." As his laughter faded away, an ancient lamp was shot out by him. The ancient lamp exuded a strange light. At the same time, it was accompanied by waves of corrosive wind, causing people to feel fear. Following that, formless resentful spirits emerged from the ancient lamp. The resentful spirits let out a series of whistling sounds as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Luo Wudi. What the hell is this?" Luo Wudi asked in surprise. When the formless resentful spirits pounced over, Luo Wudi sensed danger. He did not dare to be careless and quickly covered himself with his attribute light. At the same time, he relied on his senses to continuously kill the countless resentful spirits. Without Luo Wudi's attack, the savage leopard could finally heave a sigh of relief. He consumed a few medicinal pills and raised the blood-devouring demon saber as he charged towards the astral yellow lion. The astral yellow lion was a peak mid-tier 6th-rank spirit beast. Not only did it know how to use sound waves to attack, it also knew how to use earth elemental attacks. Furthermore, its strong body could be used as a weapon to attack, and its power was comparable to that of an ordinary spirit weapon. When it saw the savage leopard charging over, its huge body went up to meet it. Its speed was also astonishing. The savage leopard took light steps around the astral yellow lion, and its blade landed on the astral yellow lion's body. The astral yellow lion's powerful divine light withstood the saber attack. It did not suffer much damage, but instead, it aroused its ferocious nature. With a leap, its front claws pounced towards the savage leopard. The savage leopard's reaction was also extremely fast, and it narrowly avoided the attack. One man and one beast fought fiercely. Luo Wudi was tired of dealing with those formless resentful spirits, and could not spare any attention to kill the savage leopard. On the other side, the blue flood dragon was also trying to injure Supremacy Yin, but the other party seemed to have some amazing means. Every time, she could use the spirit weapon in her hand to avert danger. Even so, the blue flood dragon's Tenbin divine ability made her somewhat unable to withstand it. However, Supremacy Yin had not used all her trump cards yet. A martial artist of her level would definitely have a protective spirit beast. Once she summoned her protective spirit beast, the blue flood dragon would not be so relaxed. Below them, Ling Xiao finally condensed the most concentrated and powerful spiritual power he had ever had. The spiritual power slowly emerged from his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Luo Wuti threw out a profound level weapon, knocking the ancient lamp away. The ancient lamp lost control, and no more resentful spirits flew out. Luo Wuti just happened to destroy the remaining resentful spirits one by one. Ling Xiao seized the last opportunity, and he shouted, "Limitless Cloud Tyrant, go for me." The spiritual power condensed into the fourth move of the Tyrant style, Limitless Cloud Tyrant, and blasted towards Luo Wuti. The attack was formless and shadowless, making it hard for people to see or sense it clearly. Luo Wuti had just heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Ling Xiao's scream below. He looked down, and his eyes were filled with strong disdain. "Little bastard, later on, I'll make you live a life worse than." Before he could finish his words, he felt a round of violent explosions in his sea of consciousness. Luo Wuti's whole body trembled, and his expression instantly became extremely pale. However, he was still considered good. He quickly calmed his mind, and his soul immediately entered a comprehensive state of defense. Even so, Ling Xiao's all-out attack with his spiritual power made him cry out miserably in pain. "Savage leopard, quick, get rid of that old fellow first." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and roared. Then, his whole body fell to the side as if he had lost his strength, and his eyes were still fixed on the sky. Once Luo Wuti came back to his senses, it would be difficult to kill him. Perhaps it was because of their fear of death. Savage Leopard received Ling Xiao's instructions, and without even thinking, he got rid of the astral yellow lion at the fastest speed. The blood-devouring demon saber in his hand instantly flew out from his hand. Luo Wuti gritted his teeth and withstood the fierce attack. His soul was seriously injured, and when he saw the blood-devouring demon saber flying in front of him, he was also very good. He was actually able to grit his teeth and dodge it, but his waist was cut, and blood flowed out wildly. "It's over, I can't even kill him like this." Ling Xiao lay on the ground, his face pale to the extreme. Seeing that Luo Wuti had actually avoided the attack of Savage Leopard, his heart fell to the bottom. Once Luo Wuti regained his breath, they would be doomed. "It seems that I can only think of a way to retreat," Ling Xiao thought bitterly in his heart. However, just at this moment, there was a turn of events. The blood-devouring demon saber that was thrown by Savage Leopard actually made a turn, and once again stabbed towards Luo Wuti. Luo Wuti did not expect that the saber could actually return to attack, and he only realized it when it pierced through his back. Even so, Luo Wuti was still not dead. He covered the bloody hole, quickly took out a few medicinal pills and swallowed them. He dragged his injured body and wanted to escape. But the blood-devouring demon saber seemed to have a mind of its own, and once again slashed towards him. Luo Wuti's sea of consciousness was seriously injured, and he also received a blow through his chest. He no longer had the ability to dodge, and even after being slashed by the blood-devouring demon saber for a long time, he finally became a lamp with only oil left. It's actually a human weapon." Luo Wuti looked at the bloody saber unwillingly and murmured. Before he finished speaking, his whole body was divided into several pieces and fell to the ground. When Savage Leopard was drawing the blood-devouring demon saber, he was also hit in the back by the astral yellow lion, and his body was injured. Fortunately, Luo Wuti was dead, and the astral yellow lion could not live anymore. Because he had signed a master-servant contract with it, if the master died, the spirit beast would also die. Looking at the dead man and beast, Ling Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly took out the 5th-tier mid-tier spirit-nourishing grass that he had obtained from the Dong clan's auction at the southern sky gate, and consumed it. He immediately adjusted the spirit-controlling art and focused on recovering his mental strength. Supremacy Yin, who was still fighting with the blue water dragon, was shocked when she realized that Luo Wuti had actually been killed. While she was distracted, she was swept by the tail of the blue water dragon ruthlessly, and her whole body was sent flying far away. Savage Leopard took the opportunity to consume a healing medicinal pill, put away the blood-devouring demon saber, and chased after Supremacy Een. He was confident that with the cooperation of the Blue Water Dragon, he could kill Supremacy Een. Unfortunately, when he chased after Supremacy Een, the Blue Water Dragon actually stopped moving. It turned into a smaller version and flew to Ling Xiao's side, protecting him. Savage Leopard hurriedly stopped his body. Although Supremacy Een was injured, Savage Leopard's injuries weren't light either. For the time being, he didn't have the ability to fight her alone. Supremacy Een steadied herself and consumed a few medicinal pills. She inwardly praised, as expected of a high-grade spirit beast, "It almost took my old life." After she finished speaking, she actually didn't pay any more attention to Ling Xiao and the others, and quickly flew in a certain direction. Savage Leopard thought that Supremacy Een wanted to escape, but he didn't have the strength to stop her, so he could only retreat to Ling Xiao's side. At this time, a delicate voice cried out, "Ah, Xiao, save me." Ling Xiao was in the middle of absorbing the spirit grass when he heard Yunmingqi's cry. His mind became unsteady, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Xiao! Xiaolong, Savage Leopard, quickly go save Mingqi." Ling Xiao hurriedly cried out. The Blue Water Dragon once again grew larger, and it flew in Yunmingqi's direction. Savage Leopard naturally didn't want to fall behind, and he also rushed over. Ling Xiao took out 2 medicinal pills and swallowed them, barely managing to fly up. In his heart, he anxiously prayed, "Mingqi, don't let anything happen to you." Yunmingqi was the woman he loved the most in his heart, and there was no other woman who could replace her position. If something happened to her, he would definitely go crazy. "Don't act rashly. If you take even half a step closer, I'll kill her first." Supremacy Een coldly threatened Yunmingqi. Savage Leopard and the Blue Water Dragon didn't dare to launch any attacks. Ling Xiao rushed over from behind and shouted, "Quickly let go of her, I can let you leave." Chapter 481. Venerable Een laughed when she heard Ling Xiao's words. "What a joke. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. Then what do you want in exchange for letting her go?" Ling Xiao asked, clenching his fists. Venerable Een glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt her. As long as she agrees to one thing, I'll immediately let her go." "Speak." "As long as you don't hurt her, we'll agree to anything," Ling Xiao hurriedly replied. "All right, as long as she accepts me as her master, I naturally won't make things difficult for her. I'll even do my best to nurture her." Venerable Een smiled. This. Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond. He never would have thought that she would make such a request. Feng Shui Gate? Why does it sound so familiar? Savage Leopard muttered in his heart. Yunmingqi recovered and asked, "Why do you want to accept me as your disciple?" An Empyrean was a peak existence in the Northwest. If such a super expert wanted to accept a disciple, the line of people would probably stretch from the Northwest all the way to the southern region. She really couldn't understand why this Empyrean, who had just fought to the death with them, would want to accept her as a disciple. Was there some sort of conspiracy? The reason is simple. Your Tenbin is quite good. You're very suitable to be my disciple, Venerable Een replied. Senior, since you want to accept her as a disciple, you should first let her go. If you keep holding her like this, you won't be able to see your sincerity, Ling Xiao said, forcing himself to calm down. Although he couldn't see through this old woman's thoughts, since she had made such a request, things would definitely take a turn for the better. At the same time, he calmed himself down and continued to absorb the spirit-nourishing grass's essence. He also transmitted a message to Savage Leopard to prepare to save her. Let her go. It's very simple. Venerable Een revealed a calm smile and released Yunmingqi. Yunmingqi immediately flew towards Ling Xiao and threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace. Savage Leopard wanted to take this opportunity to attack Venerable Een, but Ling Xiao waved his hand to stop him. Senior, aren't you afraid that we'll go back on our words? Ling Xiao asked with narrowed eyes. Since I dared to let her go, there's naturally nothing to be afraid of. I'll definitely take her as my disciple. Supremacy Een laughed heartily. Then, a huge figure appeared beside her, accompanied by a strange cry. When the beast's shadow appeared, the blue flood dragon didn't listen to Ling Zhao's instructions. It let out a roar and charged towards the beast's shadow. The beast also let out a roar and charged towards the blue flood dragon. The two beasts seemed to be natural enemies as they fought fiercely. Ling Xiao, Yun Mingqi, and Cruel Leopard quickly retreated to avoid being affected. Only then did they clearly see what Reverend Yin's protective spiritual beast looked like. It was a high-level 6th rank blue-crowned rock. From head to tail, it was 7 or 8 meters long. Its brilliant blue feathers were extremely noble and dazzling. Its body emitted a brilliant blue light. Its sharp beak and powerful claws made it look extremely ferocious. Dragons and rocks were natural enemies. The blue flood dragon was a branch of the dragons, while the blue-crowned rock was a branch of the sky rock. Both spiritual beasts had the blood of the divine race flowing through their veins. Therefore, the blue flood dragon and the blue-crowned rock were also destined to be natural enemies. The two beasts fought fiercely. Beast blood splattered everywhere as both sides suffered losses. What do you think? Even if I let her go, you still won't be able to escape from my palms. As long as she's willing to take me as her master, she'll be my disciple. I naturally won't make things difficult for you. Of course, if you want to destroy a mere 7th rank sect, I can still lend you a hand, Venerable Een said confidently. Ling Xiao and the other two had complicated expressions on their faces. Ling Xiao turned to Yun Mingqi and said, Mingqi, I think it's better for you to decide. This senior's strength is astonishing, so it wouldn't be a loss for her to be your master. That's right. I have a great reputation even in the middle region. My Gui Shui Gate is even a 5th grade sect. It is your honor to have me as your master. Venerable Een revealed a prideful expression as she spoke. 5th rank sect. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi both trembled. In the northwest and southern region, the highest ranked sects were only 7th rank sections. However, this person in front of them came from a 5th rank sect. One could imagine how strong they were. No wonder they were so strong and had such a high-level protective spiritual beast. Savage Leopard, who was standing to the side, felt disdain in his heart. It's just a 5th rank sect, what's there to be proud of? The Devil's sect I founded was a 4th rank sect. Do I have to follow you to the central region to take you as my master? Yun Mingqi asked. To tell the truth, she was a little tempted. With such a strong teacher, her future achievements would definitely be even higher. She definitely wouldn't stop at the Earth Emperor realm. Of course, I've left the sect for dozens of years. It's time for me to go back. After you take me as your master, you'll be a disciple of my Blackwater sect. Of course, you'll follow me back to the sect for the entrance ceremony, Venerable Een replied. Yun Mingqi glanced at Ling Xiao and said to Venerable Een, Senior, don't be angry that I don't have that fortune. I don't want to leave my husband. Venerable Een was taken aback for a moment before saying, you better think this through. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior, are you trying to force me to take you as my disciple? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow as he looked at the blue flood dragon from time to time. You can think of it that way. I've traveled for so many years in order to find a disciple I like. Now that I've taken a liking to someone, I naturally won't give up. Little girl, you better think this through. With your 10 bin, I can definitely help you reach the Earth Emperor realm within 3 years and the Sky Sovereign realm within 50 years, Venerable Een threatened. Even if I die, I don't want to leave my husband. Yun Mingqi moved closer to Ling Xiao and held his hand. Ling Xiao could feel Yun Mingqi's love for him and felt exceptionally moved. Mingqi, I think, you should agree to this, senior. Ling Xiao said after a moment's hesitation. Right now, the situation was better than the person. Furthermore, the other party's conditions weren't bad. If Yin Mingxi could go to a better place to cultivate, then Ling Xiao would naturally be happy for her. In the future, he would also have to travel to the central region and it wouldn't be hard to find her then. Little brat, you're quite tactful. If you're also interested, then I can accept you as a disciple on behalf of my other senior apprentice brother. The two of you can come to my Darkwada sect and be together, Venerable Yin smiled. Xiao, how can you agree to her request? Don't you want to be with me? Yin Mingxi didn't understand. Of course not. Ling Xiao nodded. Then he looked at her affectionately and said, in fact, I've long since planned to travel to the central region. I was planning on destroying the heavy sword sect and then going back to accompany Yun-Er for the rest of her life. After that, I'll go back to my hometown. Since this senior wants to accept you as a disciple, you should wait for her. Take this opportunity to understand the situation in the central region. In the future, I'll definitely come find you. At that time, we won't be separated. But, how long will it be before we meet again? Yin Mingxi asked reluctantly. It won't be too long. If it's fast, it'll be 3 years. If it's late, it'll be 5 years. We have to look at the long term. Right now, our strength is still weak. Once we have the strength to control our own destiny, no one will be able to control us, said Ling Xiao. How could he be reluctant to part with Yin Mingxi? However, the path of cultivation was long and lonely. A few years was nothing compared to it. In the future, he would be going to the central region. Since Yin Mingxi had someone to take her away, it suited him even more. In the future, once Yin Mingxi had a better understanding of the central region, it would be much more convenient for him to do things there. A short separation in exchange for a longer time together. Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it. Yin Mingxi stared at Ling Xiao and hesitated for a moment before replying, I promise you, but you have to find me as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll definitely come back to find you. Even if I have to search to the ends of the earth, I'll definitely find you. Ling Xiao scratched Yin Mingxi's nose and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely do what I promised you. When the time comes, no one will be able to stop us. Yin Mingxi nodded heavily, all right, you can go back and tell my father about this. I know you don't like him, but he's still, also your father-in-law. Haha, of course. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. He then turned to Venerable Yin and said, Senior, I'll leave Mingxi in your care. I hope you won't harm your disciple and take good care of her. If I go to the Dragon Water sect in the future and find that Mingxi isn't doing well, I'll definitely seek justice for her. Of course. She's my only disciple, so naturally I won't mistreat her. Venerable Yin promised. Ling Xiao nodded and then shouted at the blue flood dragon, Little dragon, come back. Venerable Yin also opened her mouth, Rock, come back. The blue flood dragon and blue-crowned rock let out a few unwilling roars before retreating. The two beasts' bodies were covered in blood and a lot of their flesh had fallen off. It was obvious how fierce the battle had been. But seeing that the blue-crowned rock's feathers were almost all gone, Ling Xiao knew that the blue flood dragon was a level stronger than the blue-crowned rock. Alright, Mingxi, go pay your respects to your master. Ling Xiao patted the back of Yin Mingxi's hand. Yin Mingxi nodded and tightly hugged Ling Xiao's waist. She kissed Ling Xiao before reluctantly walking to Venerable Yin's side and bowing, Disciple Yin Mingxi greets Master. Good, Master's surname is Yin and given name is He. From now on, you'll be my only disciple. When we return to the sect, I'll give you a proper name. Venerable Yin was extremely pleased with herself. But within her smile, no one noticed a strange glint flashing past her eyes. Master, we still need to go destroy the heavy sword sect. Can you help us? Yin Mingxi took the opportunity to ask. No problem. A mere 7th grade sect dares to offend my disciple? Master will help you vent your anger. Venerable Yin didn't hesitate to agree. There's no need to trouble Senior, right? Ling Xiao asked from the side. But Venerable Yin didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, she pulled Yin Mingxi's hand and flew towards the heavy sword sect. Ling Xiao muttered, "It's not bad to have free labor." Actually, Ling Xiao didn't want to refuse Venerable Yin's help. Right now, his mental energy was exhausted and he didn't want to fight anymore. If someone helped him destroy the heavy sword sect, why wouldn't he? Chapter 482. Luo Chaoquan and a group of elders flew up into the sky and looked in the direction of the city. Their expressions were unusually solemn. They could feel the collision of the powerful energy. That destructive attack must have destroyed many parts of the city. Don't worry, Sect Master. If Ancestor and Venerable Yin join hands, no one in the northwest can match them, an elder from the previous generation of the heavy sword sect said faintly. That's true, but the opponent seems to be very strong. Otherwise, why hasn't Ancestor returned? Luo Chaoquan replied. The elder from the previous generation didn't reply. He knew that Luo Chaoquan was speaking the truth. If the opponent was just an ordinary person, then with Ancestor's strength, it would be a piece of cake. However, Ancestor had been there for so long and still hadn't been able to deal with the opponent. It was obvious that the opponent was at least at the same level as Ancestor. When the energy fluctuations in the city stopped, the expressions of the people from the heavy sword sect became more and more unsightly. They suddenly realized that they had lost the aura of their Ancestor. They felt as if an invisible hand was quietly strangling their throats, making it hard for them to breathe. Luo Wudi had always been their spiritual support, and he was also the reason they were able to maintain their reputation as a seventh-grade sect. If something happened to him, their good days would come to an end. Sect Master, should we go and take a look? The elder who spoke just now said. Luo Chaoquan hesitated for a moment and said, "Forget it, if even Ancestor can't deal with the opponent, then there's no point in going." For a moment, all the elders of the heavy sword sect had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt as if the sky above their sect was gradually being shrouded by a dark cloud. They all landed on the main peak, and no one dared to leave alone. They were all waiting for their Ancestor to return. After a while, Luo Chaoquan felt that something was wrong. "Where is the ninth elder?" Luo Chaoquan asked in a deep voice. "Sect Master, I'm here." A high-level king stepped out and replied. "Pass down the order, tell all the disciples to leave the sect as soon as possible," Luo Chaoquan said in a hoarse voice. "Sect Master, you can't." All the elders cried out in alarm. "Sigh, Ancestor he's gone." Luo Chaoquan waved his hand and said with a dispirited look. He didn't want to face this fact, but he was still very familiar with the old Ancestor's aura. Just now, he had already sensed the old Ancestor's aura converging and descending, and in the end, it was directly severed. He had been sensing and searching, but apart from a few unfamiliar auras, he couldn't sense his Ancestor's aura. Based on this situation, one could imagine how terrifying the opponent's strength was. If they didn't disperse the disciples now, it would be the end of the heavy sword sect when they arrived. "Sect Master, we will live and die with the sect," shouted one of the elders. Following that, everyone else said in unison, "We will live and die with the sect." Elders, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. As the sect master, I'm ordering you to take all the disciples away. Luo Chaoquan's expression turned cold. "Sect master." All the elders knelt down and called out in unison. At this moment, two figures flew over from afar. Venerable Yin. Luo Chaoquan cried out in surprise when he saw who it was. This Venerable Yin had gone with their old Ancestor. If she could return, there might be a chance of survival. The elders of the Chong Sword sect looked at Supremacy Yin. They were all waiting to see if Supremacy Yin had brought their old Ancestor back with her. Well, almost everyone is here. He glanced at the dozens of elders of the Heavy Sword sect, whose cultivation ranged from the king rank to the Earth Emperor rank, and said lightly. "Venerable Yin, where's my old Ancestor?" Luo Chaoquan didn't understand what she meant, but he didn't care about what she said. He just wanted to know about his old Ancestor. You'll be able to see him soon, Venerable Een said faintly. Luo Chaoquan and the other elders revealed looks of joy. They all thought that Luo Wuti wasn't dead, and their worried hearts relaxed. Who knew that he would laugh coldly and say to Yunmingqi, disciple, watch carefully. I'll help you vent your anger. After saying that, He's body blossomed with a vast ocean of water. This ocean of water was actually gray in color, and it emitted waves of cold chi that made people feel uncomfortable. The elders of the heavy sword sect didn't expect he to suddenly make a move. Without any preparation, they were submerged by the gray ocean. Oh no, everyone, run! A high-level Earth sovereign reacted the fastest. He cried out in alarm and hurriedly used his strongest attack to attack He. Unfortunately, in the small world where he was about to complete, his attack didn't have any effect. All the elders of the heavy sword sect panicked, and each of them used their strongest attacks. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great, and it was useless. The gray ocean turned into sharp blades under He's control, and they flew towards the elders of the heavy sword sect. Pfft! In an instant, 3 king-rank elders were sliced apart at the waist. Bastard, you must be the one who killed my ancestor. I'll kill you. Luo Chaoquan roared in anger, and a huge sword appeared in his hand. He slashed out more than 100 times, and each sword emitted a terrifying earth attribute attack that scattered the ocean of water. Humph, a pointless struggle. He coldly snorted. She raised her hand and a wave of water surged toward Luo Chaoquan. Sect Master, you guys leave quickly. I'll fight them to the death. A high-level Earth sovereign roared and instantly pushed Luo Chaoquan away, blocking the incoming tide. At the same time, he actually detonated his own dantian. Rumble. The self-detonation of a high-level Earth Emperor produced a shocking explosion. He's small square world was shaken, and the tide instantly dispersed. The elders of the heavy sword sect broke free and fled in different directions. Elder G. Luo Chaoquan roared. He was extremely angry now. He didn't understand why Reverend who was on good terms with their ancestor, would come back to kill them. Could it be that she was in cahoots with the other group of people, and they were plotting to take over the territory of the heavy sword sect? None of this was important now. The most important thing was whether they could escape or not. He also didn't expect that someone would choose to self-detonate so desperately. She looked at the fleeing elders of the heavy sword sect and felt extremely angry. She had just accepted a disciple, and she didn't want to lose face in front of him. Do you think you can escape? He sneered, and her figure flashed quickly. For a moment it was as if dozens of lotuses had appeared, and they attacked from dozens of directions. A series of terrifying elemental attacks blasted in all directions. Pfft! In an instant, many elders of the heavy sword sect were smashed into meat paste. I'll kill you. A mid-level Earth Emperor rushed towards he as fast as he could. He wanted to use the power of self-detonation to create an opportunity for his companions to escape. Do you think you're qualified? He said indifferently, and with a wave of her hand, she slapped him to death. He didn't even have the chance to get close to he before he died. Luo Chaoquan ran at full speed, and when he heard the screams behind him, his heart was bleeding. The thousands of years of foundation of the heavy sword sect was destroyed in a day. He didn't understand when they provoked such a strong enemy. He didn't even have a clue, and the heavy sword sect was destroyed just like that. His heart was filled with hatred. Actually, Luo Chaoquan didn't know that all of this was caused by his 2 sons. Before Luo Chaoquan could escape to a safe range, 2 young men blocked in front of him. Get lost. Luo Chaoquan didn't want to waste even a minute. He roared, and his spirit tool slashed out a huge sword chi, trying to kill the 2 in one move. Ants dare to be presumptuous in front of my young master. Cruel Leopard snorted coldly, and the blood-devouring devil saber in his hand simply slashed over. Luo Chaochuan's sword chi was dispersed by the saber light, and the saber light slashed towards him at an unparalleled speed. Luo Chaoquan was shocked, he didn't expect that the young man he randomly bumped into would be so powerful. He wanted to dodge, but he found that his body couldn't move. He saw a boundless sea of blood, and a bloody hand grabbed him, and that saber light slashed down from above. No! Luo Chaoquan roared in fear. Pooh! He was cut in half by cruel leopard saber, and a bloody mist filled the sky. Let's go. Ling Xiao indifferently glanced at him, and took the lead to rush towards the heavy sword sect. Cruel leopard nodded, and put away Luo Chaoquan's spirit tool and spatial ring, leaving it for his young master to pick up. He knew that his young master liked to pick up these ready-made things the most. When Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard arrived at the heavy sword sect, he had already used her terrifying strength to almost sweep the heavy sword sect clean. Bodies died one after another, and pools of fresh, dazzling blood stains were everywhere. Master, forget it, let the others go. Yunmingqi couldn't bear to persuade her. Almost all of the heavy sword sect's king level and above martial artists had been killed by He, but she still wanted to kill everyone below the king level. Yunmingqi couldn't bear to watch. That was the lives of nearly 10,000 people. He withdrew her hand, and coldly said, "If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again when the spring wind blows." Although Yunmingqi agreed with He's words, she couldn't be so bloodthirsty and cruel. He looked at Yunmingqi, who had an unnatural expression, and softened her tone. "Forget it, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for you to be kind. You can't be like this in the Central Territory, or else you'll be the one to suffer." "Yes, master, disciple understands," Yunmingqi replied. He looked at Ling Xiao. "Brat, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to take Mingqi back to the Central Territory." Ling Xiao nodded. "Many thanks for senior's help." He then looked at Yunmingqi tenderly. "Mingqi, take care. Remember to wait for me." Yunmingqi's beautiful eyes became misty, and she faintly replied, "Xiao, take care. Remember to come find me." The two simply said their goodbyes, and Yunmingqi finally left with He towards the Central Territory. Ling Xiao was extremely reluctant, and he looked at Yunmingqi's disappearing figure and muttered, "Mingqi, the next time we meet, I definitely won't let you leave me even half a step." Chapter 483. The heavy sword sect had been plundered, and all of the higher-ups had been killed. This news instantly spread from the great city, causing a huge uproar in the northwest. Not many people knew why the heavy sword sect had been destroyed. However, some people said that it was because the heavy sword sect had offended the young master and young lady of a great clan in the central region, which brought about the destruction of the sect. Some said that it was because the heavy sword sect had obtained some kind of strange treasure, which was why the experts had come to plunder it. Some said that the Light Star Hall and the Charms sect had joined hands to destroy the heavy sword sect, which was close to their position. All kinds of rumors were spread in an orderly manner. However, only the first rumor was 70% reliable, because there were people who had personally witnessed the shocking battle. After this news spread, elders from various sects came to investigate and confirm this matter. However, their ultimate goal was to find out whether the heavy sword sect really existed in name or not. As for the culprit, it was not someone they wanted to provoke. Since the culprit was able to destroy the heavy sword sect, one could imagine how powerful he was. After investigation, all of the higher-ups of the heavy sword sect had indeed died, leaving only a few attendants and disciples. However, not many people dared to stay in the sect, afraid that the culprit would return and kill them. Even if the culprit let them go, they knew that other forces would definitely not let go of the chance to beat them when they were down. Their heavy sword sect was still destined to disappear in the long river of history. At the top of the Light Star Hall, a white-haired old man holding a scepter listened to the hall master's narration, and his eyes flashed with a frightening divine light. He was silent for a while before saying in a hoarse voice, "The heavy sword sect has been arrogant enough these past few years, and finally provoked someone they shouldn't have. Do they really think that in the Northwest, only a few old farts like us can threaten them? They don't know how many experts there are on the continent, and there are even more hidden old monsters. He paused for a moment before saying, "Pass down the order, have people pay close attention to the Devil Shadow sect's movements and restrict everyone in and out of the hall from causing trouble. If a disciple disobeys, kill them." The hall master of the Light Star Hall bowed slightly and said, "Yes, old hall master." Then he asked, "Should we take over their territory?" The white-haired old man waved his hand and said, "It's useless to take it, so it's better not to. Let the neighboring sects fight for it." "Yes, old hall master." The Light Star Hall master respectfully withdrew from the hall. After the hall master of the Light Star Hall left, the old man sighed and said, "The three-legged formation has been broken. I wonder which clan will be able to replace it within 100 years. In the Charm sect's Peach Blossom Valley. The gorge here was filled with peach blossom trees, and the trees bore numerous delicate and alluring little pink flowers, causing them to look extremely beautiful and dazzling. From time to time, there would be beautiful figures shuttling back and forth between the peach blossom trees. From time to time, there would be tender laughter. In front of a bamboo house in the middle of the Peach Blossom Valley, there was a trickling stream, spiritual birds were chirping, and the fragrance of flowers was fragrant. In front of the bamboo house, a woman who looked to be in her 50s was sitting on a bamboo chair. Behind her were two stunning beauties who were gently massaging her shoulders. She looked relaxed and content. If Ling Xiao was here, he would immediately recognize one of the beauties who was massaging the woman's shoulders. It was his sect's Scarlet Flame Peaks Yu Yenlai. The other woman was not a stranger to Ling Xiao either. It was Wu Mainyang, whom he had met in the heaven-suppressing sect. "Master, did we serve you well?" Wu Mainyang asked in a voice that was like an oriole's. The woman's eyes were still closed, and she only softly replied, "Not bad." Wu Mainyang revealed a joyful expression. She then looked at Yu Lian and said, "Then master, we would like to take junior sister back to her family and tell the elders that she has joined our charm sect. Is that okay?" The woman seemed to not hear Wu Mainyang's words and continued to rest with her eyes closed. After a while, the woman finally said, "Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to find out if the man who attacked the Heavy Sword sect is Xiao Yan's man. Do you think he has the ability to leave the secret realm? Even if he does he have the ability to destroy the Heavy Sword sect? Xiao Yan, since you become my disciple and the Heavy Sword sect has been destroyed, you can stay here and cultivate. I will send someone to notify your family." Wu Mainyang looked at Yu Lian with a guilty expression. Yu Lian's beautiful eyes revealed a bit of sadness. She then said to the woman, "Master, this disciple will definitely focus on cultivating." That's right. You and Mainyang are both naturally charming, and in the future, your achievements will be much greater than masters. In the end, men are just passers-by in your lives. Don't get caught up in it. It will only be a fatal poison to you, understand? Disciple understands, the two women replied in unison. When the Purple Sky sect received news of the Heavy Sword sect's destruction, all of the higher-ups were overjoyed. At the same time, they had a deeper understanding of how terrifying Ling Xiao was. They were now even more afraid of Ling Xiao. In the main hall of the Purple Sky sect, Sect Master Yun Xiong and the elders were all present. Yun Xiong asked Mu Huai, "Senior brother Mu, I wonder if Elder Ling has returned?" Ever since Mu Huai had almost left the sect, Yun Xiong had always called Mu Huai senior brother. It could be seen that he didn't dare to put on airs. Now that Ling Xiao was so powerful, he would naturally try his best to please Mu Huai. As long as Mu Huai was still loyal, Ling Xiao would not leave the sect. As long as Ling Xiao continued to stay here, it was equivalent to the Purple Sky sect having a stabilizing force. Within 100 years, they might even be able to advance towards the level of a 7th grade sect. Mu Huai shook his head and said, he should have returned a long time ago, but he didn't return to the sect. He only asked an attendant in the city to bring back a message. What message? Yun Xiong asked. He asked me to tell you, Sect Master, that child, Meng Qi, has been accepted as a disciple by a celestial sovereign who claims to be from the Blackwater sect of the Central Region. She has already left for the Central Region and won't be back for a while, Mu Huai replied. What, Meng? Meng Qi went to the Central Region? Yun Xiong said in surprise. The other elders who were seated also revealed shocked expressions. The Central Region was the holy land of martial arts that all martial artists yearned for. It was a vast place with abundant resources. There were as many sects and clans as a dense forest, and there were as many experts as there were hairs on an ox. Rare treasures could be found everywhere. It was difficult to not work hard to cultivate in a place with so many talented people and abundant resources. However, it was also an exceptionally cruel place of slaughter. Any martial artist could kill without reason. Without the backing of a sect or clan, without powerful strength to rely on, one could be killed at any time in that place. This was also the reason why many experts in the northwest and southern regions did not dare to casually step into the Central Region. That's right, that's what he sent back, Mu Huai nodded and replied. A complicated expression appeared on Yun Xiong's face as he murmured, I hope she can succeed in her studies in the future and bring our Purple Sky sect into a 7th-rank sect. After a pause, he asked again, then why hasn't Elder Ling returned? He might have returned to Meteorite City to visit his family. He said he would return to the sect, Mu Huai replied. That's true. He has been away from home for so many years, so it's time for him to go back and visit, Yun Xiong replied. After hearing the latter half of Mu Huai's words, he felt a lot more at ease. He then said, when Elder Ling returns, Senior Brother Mu, tell him that we are going to hold a ceremony for him to be promoted to Sect Protector Elder. The Sect Guardian Elder ceremony? The elders present all revealed a look of shock. Su Jianan was the first to stand up and say, Sect Master, this doesn't seem appropriate. Yun Xiong looked at him and asked, what's inappropriate about it? Su Jianan glanced at Mu Huai and said, although Elder Ling's talent is astonishing and he's also a high-ranked alchemist, he's still only at the mid-level king rank. In the past, the Sect Protector Elders had to at least be at the Earth Sovereign rank. Just based on this alone, he's not suitable. Moreover, he's still young and impatient, so it's really difficult for him to take on such a great responsibility. Please reconsider, Sect Master. Senior Brother Su, you are wrong. Although Elder Ling is only at the mid-rank king stage, his spirit beast is a high-rank 6th-stage flood dragon, which is comparable to a celestial master. As long as Elder Ling becomes the Sect Protector Elder, then his spirit beast will be the Sect Protector spirit beast of our sect. This is really beneficial to the stable development and strengthening of our sect. Although he is a bit young now, with Senior Brother Mu supervising him from the side, I think there will be no problems. Wen Haiyan stood up and said, Junior Sister Wen is right. I have no objections to Elder Ling becoming the Sect Protector Elder. Scarlet Flame Peaks Zhao Mingyuan agreed. Black Rock Peaks Gushur also said, I think it is feasible. Elder Ling has done great service in protecting the sect, and now he has destroyed the Heavy Sword sect. His strength is many times stronger than us old fellows. I will be the first to accept him as the Sect Protector Elder. Subsequently, some of the elders who were sitting down also spoke out in agreement. Su Jianan was so angry that his face turned green. He really didn't think that he would be immediately executed for standing up for Elder Ling. Ling Zhao's prestige in the Purple Sky sect was already unshakable. Alright, since everyone thinks it is feasible, then it is decided. Moreover, this decision was made by the previous generation's Sect Protector Elder, Elder Kuang. I think there should be no more objections in the sect, Yun Xiong said as he pressed his hands together. With such a powerful Sect Protector Elder, he, as the sect master, also felt very uncomfortable. But when he thought that Elder Ling was his future son-in-law, he felt much better. Elder Kuang proposed it. All the elders instantly felt relieved. Su Jianan originally still had a bit of anger, but now he could only swallow it into his stomach. The previous generation's Sect Protector Elder had personally proposed it, so what qualifications did he have to say no? Mu Huai felt extremely comfortable in his heart. With such an outstanding disciple, as the master, What else could he not be satisfied with? Fortunately, I invited the master to snatch away the disciple. Otherwise, I would only be regretting it now. Mu Huai glanced at Nangong Changle, who had a complicated expression on his face, and thought proudly in his heart. Back then, Ling Xiao was unwilling to join his Wood Flag Peak and chose Medicine Peak. At that time, Mu Huai was as anxious as an ant. In the end, he had no choice but to invite his master, Xiao Songlin, and forcefully snatched half of Ling Xiao. Later on, Ling Xiao completely belonged to their Wood Flag Peak. Chapter 484. Following the destruction of the Heavy Sword sect, it caused quite a bit of turmoil in the Northwest. Many sects were worried that some unknown force was invading the Northwest. Every sect strengthened their defenses and let their disciples restrain themselves from causing trouble. And the person who caused all of this was leisurely sitting on a gold and white striped wolf king. He had just left the Purple Sky sect. When the martial artists on the official road saw the majestic wolf king, they were so scared that they hid far away. When those people saw the wolf king run far away, someone was very unhappy and raised his middle finger and cursed in a low voice. You think you're amazing just because you have a big wolf? My dog is smaller than your wolf, but it can still run around with me. When that person finished speaking, he found that he was shrouded by a black shadow. How can there be a dense black fog on a sunny day? That person murmured and then looked up. This time he was dumbfounded. He saw a man riding on a ferocious bald lion eagle staring at him coldly. The bald lion eagle screeched incessantly, its claws seemingly about to claw at his head. This. Lord, do you need something? That person was so scared that he asked while trembling. Before the young man on the vulture eagle could speak, a faint voice came from not far away. Forget it, don't kill people so easily. You have to learn from this young master and be kind to others. The vulture eagle person respectfully replied, Yes, young master. Then, he no longer paid attention to that person and commanded the vulture eagle to chase. That person saw that the other party had left. Plop, his whole body immediately went limp and yellow and white things came out of his pants. In his heart, he cried and cursed, So what if you have a vulture eagle? I was so scared that I peed, how can I live? The person who just rode the wolf was the cause of the destruction of the Heavy Sword sect, Ling Xiao. The person riding the vulture eagle was naturally the savage leopard. If other people heard this leader of the Heavy Sword sect say those words just now, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that this guy was a compassionate and good person. Ling Xiao was lying on the back of the wolf with a piece of hay in his mouth. He looked very relaxed. Now, he looked like a mystic knight realm martial artist, and the aura of a monarch realm martial artist had been more or less restrained. As long as he could reach the stage where he could completely conceal his aura, then he would have successfully refined the concealing breath technique. This cultivation technique is really not bad. Although it doesn't have any offensive effect, it is very good for concealing one's whereabouts. Of course, if my mental strength wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find that fellow. I really picked up a treasure, Ling Xiao thought proudly. When he was on his way to the Heavy Sword clan, he started to cultivate the concealing breath technique. After destroying the Heavy Sword clan and taking all of their resources, he immediately left the Heavy Sword clan. On his way back, he focused on cultivating again. He was not far from mastering the concealing breath technique. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that there would be such a dramatic turn of events when he was supposed to personally destroy the Chong Sword sect. There was actually someone who killed all the higher-ups of the Chong Sword sect on his behalf, which saved him a lot of effort. Ever since Luo Meiying had been stabbed to death by Luo Baxing, Ling Xiao had decided to destroy the Heavy Sword sect one day. If he succeeded, then he would have finally fulfilled one of his wishes. If he had the opportunity to bring Luo Meiying back to life in the future, then that would be even more perfect. But Yun Mingqi had already left for the central region. He couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant to part with her. I hope that old woman can take good care of Mingqi. Otherwise, I'll kill you no matter what rank your sect is, muttered Ling Xiao. Now that the matter with the heavy sword sect was over, Ling Xiao had to rush back to Chuji City to refine the vitality-prolonging pill for the priestess. He would accompany her for the rest of her days before rushing back to Meteor City. He didn't use the Blue Flood Dragon because it had just fought with the Blue-Crowned Rock and had yet to recover its energy. Ling Xiao didn't want it to be too tired. So he had the Golden Wolf King run a bit. The Golden Wolf King's bloodline had been purified by Ling Xiao and it had become a rank 5 spirit beast. Its running speed was also extremely fast. On this day, Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard passed by Burning City. This sect that was closest to the Purple Sky sect was also the Lao clan's territory. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of how he had fled from here in a sorry state. He felt that everything in life was truly unpredictable. A year ago, he had only been a spirit master, but now he was a king. He even had a rank 6 spirit beast that could protect him. He could even kill a rank 7 sect. In Ling Xiao's eyes, the Lao clan was just an ordinary clan. They couldn't pose any threat to him. This young master has a compassionate heart, so I'll let you off today. I hope you'll be more tactful in the future. Don't think that just because you have a bit of strength, you can act like a tyrant. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He put away the Golden Wolf King and flew over Burning Ground City, a powerful aura spreading out. In the back mountain of the Lao clan, where the Lao clan's ancestor was cultivating in seclusion, a figure flew out and shouted, "Where did this friend come from? Since you're passing by my burning city, why don't you come down and have a seat?" The person who flew out was naturally the Lao clan's ancestor, Lao Yueran. Ling Xiao just looked indifferently at Lao Yueran, who had chased out, and didn't have any intention of responding. Savage Leopard, who was behind him, shouted at Lao Yueran, "Go back." A powerful pressure was unleashed. Puff! Lao Yueran only felt a sweetness in his chest. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and his body was smashed down uncontrollably. This is the power of a high-level Earth Emperor? Lao Yueran looked at the two people who had already flown far away in shock. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong. Otherwise, he would have obediently stayed in the back mountain and not come out. He muttered dispiritedly, "It seems that I've been a frog in a well all these years." Guzhai City, in the flower garden behind the priest hall. There were all kinds of strange flowers and plants everywhere. There were spirit grasses that could increase one's power, and there were also spirit flowers that contained incomparable poison. A beautiful woman dressed in strange clothes, with shiny silver bells hanging around her body, and all kinds of gorgeous ornaments made her look so graceful and luxurious. This woman had just turned 20 years old, and her facial features were exquisite as if they were carved. She had big eyes, long eyelashes, a pretty nose, and sexy lips, all of which displayed the youth and beauty of the rising sun. Her skin wasn't white, but it was delicate and full of healthy luster. Her gorgeous clothes couldn't hide her impressive figure. In the arms of this woman was a baby in swaddling clothes. She looked at the baby with a happy smile and murmured, "Tian, do you miss your father? Do you know that your eyebrows are the same as your father's, thick and thick, making you look very handsome and masculine? Also, your nose is also as big and straight as your father's. When you grow up, you will definitely be more handsome than your father." The baby in the woman's arms was indeed beautiful. He had completely inherited the most outstanding and perfect side of his parents. In the future, he would definitely grow up to be a handsome man. As he listened to his mother's words, his bright eyes widened and his mouth kept calling out, "Ya." The woman used her finger to lightly tap the baby's mouth and said, "Little glutton, you're hungry again, right? Mother will feed you now." After saying that, the woman carried the baby to the side of the stone bench and sat down. Then, she pulled open the lapel of her clothes, revealing the white and round Saintess peak inside. The bright red flowers were dripping with delicious nectar. After the baby held the beautiful flower in his mouth, he finally stopped his greedy little mouth. He sucked it with great satisfaction, and his other little claw was mischievously moving around his mother's Saintess peak. The woman said with a face full of anger, "You little mischievous brat, you only know how to occupy the right place now. When you grow up, you won't be like this. Otherwise, you'll be like your father, playing around outside and not knowing how to go home." At this point, the woman looked up at the sky, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of sadness. The woman fed the baby, and the baby stopped crying. He happily closed his eyes and fell asleep. At this time, an old man holding a scepter walked in from outside the courtyard. "Grandpa, you're here." The woman carried the baby and greeted him. The old man said with slight dissatisfaction, "Didn't I tell you to let the maids take care of you and your son? Why did you chase them all out?" "Grandpa, I can take care of Tian by myself. I can't be at ease with them taking care of me," the woman replied. "Child, why are you so stubborn? Your body is still very weak right now, and Tian is so young. It won't do without someone to take care of him. Listen to Grandpa and let the two maids stay behind to take care of you and your mother. If you don't feel at ease, you can take care of Tian, the old man said with concern. His old eyes looked at the baby in the woman's arms, revealing a very doting expression. "Then we'll do as Grandpa says," the woman replied. She then said to the sleeping baby, "Tian, look at how much Grandpa loves you. When you grow up, remember to be filial to Grandpa. Don't let Grandpa worry about you, okay?" The old man was very happy. "Carry Tian into the house. He's still young and can't stand the cold outside." "Grandpa, how can there be a cold on such a sunny day? Let him come out to get some fresh air. He'll be healthier," the woman replied. "Then let him grow up a bit before bringing him out. Children's bodies are very weak," the old man stubbornly said. The woman could only listen to the old man and carried the baby into the house. She placed him on the bed and let him sleep. Afterward, the woman helped the old man out of the hall. "Grandpa, if I'm not here in the future, you must take good care of Tian, Also, tell him that his father is an amazing person." The woman immediately became solemn and knelt in front of the old man. The old man revealed a displeased expression and forcibly lifted her up. His eyes were filled with sadness as he said, Tian is my great-grandson. If I don't take care of him, who should I take care of? It's just that it's fine even if I don't mention his father. More than half of the 2 years have passed, and he still hasn't returned. I think, if I had known earlier, would have killed him. No, Grandpa, he must still be searching for the Heaven Gu divine art. He said that he would definitely return within 2 years. I believe him, but I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for that day, the woman said very firmly. You child, what's so good about him that he's worthy of you being so infatuated with him? The old man sighed and then said, I hope Xian Jizi is right. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyelids twitched heavily. His old eyes burst out with light as he shouted, what a powerful aura. Who dares to invade my Guji city? You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.